Hello, everyone, and welcome to another restful night of scary stories to help you fall asleep. As always, if you would like to submit stories for me to read, you can email them to info@interscare.com, or you can submit them to our subreddit, r/interscare. I've taken a lot of your feedback, and again, I am trying to make these better. So, once the stories have been finished reading, I will have 2 hours of just the rain at the end of this video. I know that a lot of people like to have that buffer between the stories and the end of the video so that they can fall into a deeper, more restful sleep. Also, make sure that you follow me on social media. I'm on Twitter @interscare. And also, please make sure that you go subscribe to our other YouTube channel, youtube.com/interscare, where I do more documentary style videos about internet mysteries and dark history. If you need more content for during the daytime, that's definitely the place to go. But without further ado, let's hop right in to our first story. My body was cold to the touch. Distant sounds of rain patter onto the tent as I slowly awakened from my sleep. I realized that I rested a little longer than usual, so I sit myself up and checked the time on my phone. It was 3 a.m. This was my third day of camping, and even though I was excited to go, things felt a little reluctant after a while. I noticed that my friend Jessica was not in the tent with me. Maybe she went to the bathroom. There are 15 other campers on the reserve for our field trip. Each tent is relatively close to one another. Our chaperones are in cabins located about 800 feet away. Out of curiosity, I texted Jessica, "Where are you, Braceface?" By this time, almost 20 minutes had passed. Something seemed off. I know she couldn't have been in someone else's tent, because she's very particular about the people she's around. Plus, we weren't allowed to do that. Just as I begin to leave the tent, a flash of thunder shocks me in fear as I settle back down. Rain begins to pour down heavily. Jessica's gonna be mad that her hair is wet. Assuming that she had went to the bathroom, I fall back asleep while listening to the rain. After about an hour, I jolt up from my pillow from a noise outside. It was the most disturbing thing that I had ever heard. It was blood-curdling and sounded like a banshee. Now at this point, I was concerned. Once again, Jessica still hadn't come back to the tent. I checked my phone and also noticed that she never texted me back. Now this was strange. It was time to stop being a wuss and get out of the tent. I found it impossible that anyone could have slept through that loud noise. But surprisingly, everyone was sound asleep. I flipped the hood of my jacket onto my head and began walking towards the cabins. I can't explain it exactly, but there was this odd feeling I felt as I continued to walk, almost as if someone was behind me. I'm overreacting. No one else is out there. At least, that's what I said to myself in reassurance. The full moon cast a glare onto the reserve, so I could fairly see what was going on. The rain continued to drench my hoodie and my shoes as I carefully stepped between mud puddles. As I get to the cabin, I noticed something jammed on the side of the entrance. Keep in mind that these cabins are all made out of logs. I used the force of my foot to knock the object loose, and after a few pushes, the body of a gray cat rolls out. It was dead. I was completely terrified. The only question I had in my head was, who or what would do something like that? It was too much going on at once. I still had to find Jessica, and the turbulence of this weather wasn't making it easy. I tried the handle on the door and noticed that it was locked, which was alarming, because our chaperone usually left it open for campers to use the restroom in the hall. This just confused me even more as to where Jessica could be. Then, all of a sudden, I take note that the moonlight had completely disappeared. I hear this silent hither of some sort of animal or creature behind me. Whatever it was, I could tell it was only a few feet away. My entire body felt ice cold as I faced the cabin door. There was no way I was turning around to see what that thing was. I start to hear footsteps move very slowly in the mud. It grunted in a low tone as it made its way towards me. I could tell this was not the presence of something small. It's time for me to make a move. I bang as loud as I can on the cabin, shouting for help in between knocks. A few moments later, my chaperone opens the door, yawning and squinting in confusion. I quickly move past her and close the door behind me. "You're getting mud all over the floor," says Miss Kelly in agitation. After I catch my breath, I explain to her what was going on, or at least what I thought. Even after going into detail about everything, she responded in a laugh and groggily asks me if I needed to use the bathroom. Well, that was clearly pointless. I take a few moments to get myself together and ask Miss Kelly to walk me back to my tent. She was irritated that I asked, but she agreed to do it anyway. She grabbed an umbrella from a closet and we headed back. As I get to my tent and climb inside, I notice that Jessica is lying down. I tap her shoulder and ask her where she was. Apparently, she was in another tent the entire time with a classmate she had a crush on. Midway between us talking, I hear that same blood-curdling scream from earlier. We both sit up and stare at each other in astonishment. Jessica says, "So you've heard it too?" My heart drops to my stomach. Look, I know we joke a lot, but please just listen to what I'm about to tell you. I have a feeling that's not an animal out there, I explain. Jessica's face had skepticism written all over it. She whispers, "You're not seriously suggesting that there's a ghost or something out there, are you? It's probably just one of the other girls playing around." "You didn't feel what I felt out there," I say with conviction. "When I was heading to the cabin, there was something behind me, and it didn't sound like a bear, wolf, or snake. It was something completely different." Shortly after, we continue to discuss what's going on. We decide to just head back to sleep until morning. Even with her hearing the noise herself, she refused to believe me. It made me question my own reality. Was I crazy? I woke up the next morning to the sound of distant voices talking in a frenzy. Jessica and I climb out of the tent and head to a bonfire a few feet up ahead. Mostly everyone, including our chaperone, was outside in a circle around the burning ember. "Have a seat, guys," says Miss Kelly as she takes a deep sigh. "I'm assuming you two have no clue where Michael and Kenny are, do you?" Jessica and I look at each other in confusion. "No, I haven't seen them." "What exactly is going on?" I respond, with curiosity in my voice. "Just under an hour ago, I went to check on everybody before I began roll call. They weren't in their tents, and I have no idea what's going on. Listen, if this is a joke, guys, you gotta stop this. I have to..." And then suddenly, out of nowhere, Michael and Kenny stumble out of the woods and onto the ground in exhaustion. Their eyes were bloodshot red. We all rush over to console them both and ask what happened. They would say a few words, but it was mostly gibberish. Michael had no shirt on, and Kenny's white shirt was covered in dirt. They looked completely terrified. "All right, this camping trip is officially over. I don't get paid enough for this," Miss Kelly shouts in agitation. "Please don't say I told you so," says Jessica as we walk back to our tent. When I wished for a memorable trip, That wasn't what I had in mind. One night, it had been getting late, and I had just got in from spending time with some friends. I was getting pretty hungry, so I decided to make an order for the pizza delivery. I was home by myself and my 2 dogs. After about 45 minutes, I heard the doorbell ring. We didn't have a normal doorbell. It was a doorbell camera. Normally, I wouldn't check the camera to see who it was if I was expecting someone. As I walked to the front door, I hesitated, and something told me that I needed to check the camera. Although I was worrying that I was taking too long, I pulled up my app and checked to see who was there. The pizza guy was there, as expected, and our gate behind him was open, since you had to go through a gate to get to the front door. I could also see what looked like his car parked on the street through the open gate. I almost opened the door when I noticed an older woman walk up the driveway. I stopped and watched her on my phone. She just walked up the driveway, through the open gate, past the pizza delivery guy, and stood in front of my door, closer to the part that opened up. I realized that she was waiting for me to open the door to get my pizza. Although she didn't seem to have any weapons, this instantly freaked me out. I felt almost scared for the pizza guy, because he couldn't have been older than maybe 19 or 20. But I was not going to open that door. I enabled the talk feature on the doorbell and I asked who she was. I did this so she would know that I'm watching, and so the pizza guy would know that she's not supposed to be there. After hearing me speak through the doorbell, she looked at it immediately, turned her body around so her back was to the camera. She also backed up closer to it so I couldn't see much more than her back. I told her that she needed to leave and that I didn't know her. At first, she didn't leave, but after more aggressively demanding she gets off my property or I'm calling the cops, she started to walk down the driveway. I told the pizza guy to leave the food on the ground because he needed to get out of here. He dropped it, said he was worried she might steal his car, and jogged to his car and drove away. I didn't see the woman, so I opened up my door and I quickly closed the gate, got my food, and locked myself back in the house. I still had my app open with a live view of the front, and I saw her walk up the driveway again and open the gate. I felt a little stupid going out after I saw she never really left. She seemed to have been looking to the right where our garage was, almost as if she was looking at someone I couldn't see. I went and grabbed the butcher knife from the kitchen. She started banging on the security screen door. I opened up the door so that the only thing that separated us was the security screen, and I yelled at her, telling her to leave me alone with some other expletives, hoping that this would make me seem like I'm not worth the trouble. I slammed the door in her face. She said some things that I couldn't make out, but almost looked like she was talking to herself. She started walking through the gate, then about halfway down the driveway and back up again, like she was pacing. She was looking to the right, like there was something or someone off camera that I couldn't see. Closing the app at this point was the last thing I wanted to do, because I had to see what she, or they, were doing. But I knew I had to call the police. I called 911 and tried to look through the peephole in the door, but I couldn't see very well. I explained that a woman tried to enter my house with the pizza delivery guy. The dispatcher said that some officers would be there soon, asked me questions to get more details, and told me to hide in a room in the house in case she or they broke in. The whole time I was worrying that if she went around back, she would have seen the sliding glass door, which would have been an easy way in. I was hiding in my bedroom with my 2 dogs and my knife when the dispatcher said the officers were there. I heard a loud knock at the front door shortly after. The police found the woman and had her in handcuffs. They asked me some more questions about what happened and they left. I didn't hear anything back from them, but I did post in my city's Facebook group chat about what happened, along with the video from my doorbell camera. Some others commented, and I found out some more information about what happened to her. The officers let the woman go for some reason, and shortly after, she tried the same thing at my neighbor's house across the street. They heard me yelling at the woman, and also my front door slamming earlier, so they had already been somewhat aware of what was going on. Unsuccessful in her attempt there, she went to a house a couple streets down and broke in, and was armed with a knife. Although there were not many details, the people living there seemed to have been more prepared than me, since they handled the situation and the police arrested her again and took her to a mental hospital. I didn't hear any word of whether anyone else was involved, but that experience was definitely something that I won't forget. Thankfully, I have moved to another city since, and I now have security screens on all of my doors. This happened when I was a baby, so it was actually my mom, aunt, and grandma who told me about it. My family has a tradition of ghost sightings, which I don't really engage in because I'm skeptical, but I'm also very scared. Anyway, by the time I was born in 1995, we lived in an apartment. My mom asked my grandma and aunt to come over and help her take care of me. I was a very quiet baby from the start, so it's not like she asked for help because I was a handful. It was kind of the opposite. I was a little too quiet, and she wanted to make sure that I was okay and safe. And for a while, they all thought that I was in danger. They told me that for a period of a few months, when I was only days and weeks old, my grandma or aunt used to go into the nursery and feel really uneasy. They said they felt like there was something heavy or evil in there. My mom or dad, however, never felt anything. Then, when I was a year old, I was still a very quiet and lovely baby. One night, my aunt told me that she was watching over me, and that she stepped out of the nursery for a few minutes. It was after dark and the cold apartment we lived in, so the place was full of shadows. When she came back to my room, she stopped short by the door, and tears started flowing out of her eyes. She said she saw a figure standing by my crib, whispering to me. She said it was a woman, with a hunchback or maybe a crooked spine, and thin gray hair. My aunt was so freaked out that she just stood there for a minute, listening. She said that she heard the woman saying awful things to me, that I was cursed, a bad child, and that I was going to die in that apartment. My aunt, being something like a medium, understood that the woman wasn't actually alive and told her to go away. The woman looked her dead in the eyes, and after a moment, passed right by her and disappeared into the living room. My aunt said that she was really scared and prayed a lot for me that night. After telling my mom and grandma about it over the next few weeks, my grandma saw the woman too, who would always be among the shadows, right by my crib, whispering things to my face. I obviously don't remember any of this, but it's chilling to imagine a stranger, let alone a dead one, whispering foul things in your face at night for no reason. Thankfully, for unrelated reasons, we ended up moving out of that apartment a few months later. I'm honestly very glad that I was still a baby and haven't seen anything like that woman ever again. The following story occurred in 2013. This year was the beginning of my adulthood. I graduated from college, secured my first apartment, and managed to make 2 great friends along the way. Instead of throwing a housewarming, I decided to invite a few of my closest friends over. This particular day was a Friday. Jackie and Brianna arrived at my apartment around 9 p.m., a little earlier than what I had expected. They both stormed through the door in excitement with bottles of tequila in their hand. The last time I had seen them was during our graduation, so we had a lot of catching up to do. After drinking and talking for about an hour, I heard a sudden knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone else to come, but by the look on Jackie's face, I could tell that she had something to do with it. I cracked the front door open and discover a girl with brunette hair standing with a cake box in her hand. I look at her in confusion. Before I could even ask her anything, Jackie motions from behind me and explains that she's one of her good friends. I glare at Jackie in irritation, but allow the girl to come inside. Before the knock on the door, we were planning to play a game of Monopoly. I text Jackie to meet me in the kitchen to talk briefly. As she walks inside, rolls her eyes, and begins to apologize and explains why she brought the girl here. Apparently, Jackie met the girl a few weeks ago from a university not too far away from ours. Her name is Vanessa, and she's looking for new friends to hang out with. I found this a little bit weird, only because I'm not the type of person to befriend someone so quickly. But Jackie insisted that Vanessa would bring good vibes, so I let the situation go. We walk back into the living room and begin to play Monopoly. After a long and slightly tedious session, we start to have some conversations. Brianna starts talking about her mother and how she's apprehensive about her moving back in. Jackie begins to bring up her boyfriend and how she hasn't been the best partner lately. The last time I checked, they were both in a good place, so that was surprising to hear. Jackie explains that she has been in a relationship with someone else and that her boyfriend had suspicions, but ultimately just decided to break it off due to her inconsistency. There's an awkward silence in the room for a moment. I suggest some ways that she could make it better, but Vanessa insisted that Jackie was wrong. They go back and forth for a little bit, but I interject before it starts to get serious. Around midnight, we gradually end the conversation and put on the movie Bringing Down the House. By this point, we were all relaxed and enjoying ourselves. After about 30 minutes into the movie, suddenly, I begin to hear gunshots blast through my patio window. Keep in mind that Jackie and I were on the couch, and the other girls were spread out on the floor in the living room. I was so frightened that I pissed myself and jumped onto the ground. We all screamed in fear as the shots continued to fire. I could smell some type of sulfur or gunpowder in the air. I had no idea what was going on and who would have had intentions of hurting us. We carefully rise from the floor and step through the shattered glass and wood that surrounded us. I immediately call 911 and wait for the cops to arrive. Everyone seemed spooked by the situation. One of the officers suggested that I stay with a family member or friend for the night until things were investigated. Thankfully, he gave the girls a ride while I decided to go to my mom's house. After getting some rest in my mother's guest room, I awaken at 4 a.m. with my phone ringing. It was Jackie. I answer groggily and wait for a response. What she said to me next shocked me for weeks to come. Jackie whispered and explained to me that Vanessa had spent the night at her place. While she was in the shower, Jackie noticed some Snapchat messages pop up on Vanessa's phone. She recognized the sender. It was her ex-boyfriend. Out of curiosity, she opened up the messages, and it was filled with details about how much he hated Jackie and how he planned to shoot her right through her skull. The last message that Vanessa sent was time-stamped 12:24 a.m. And it was the address to my new apartment that I hadn't given to anyone other than the people in my room. To say that I was shocked and scared would be an understatement. In Johannesburg, South Africa, the city that I call home, death resulting from assault is the second most common non-natural cause of death, ranking even above fatal road accidents. According to the most recent statistics I could find, an average of 68 South Africans are murdered each day in 2022. It's not uncommon to accidentally stumble across the corpse of a murder victim here. When I was 17, my father and I were headed to a hardware store early on a Sunday morning when we encountered the body of a male dressed in a business suit on the sidewalk of a busy street. His head was bashed in with a brick, and his pockets were turned out. There are many factors contributing to this shocking crime rate, but in my personal opinion, the leading factor is the ridiculously uneven distribution of wealth. To say that poverty is a problem here would be the understatement of the century. Vast oceans of informal settlements, made up of hundreds of thousands of squatter shacks, grow by the day within a stone's throw of Porsche and Ferrari dealerships. Seeing this insultantly blatant juxtaposition of insane wealth next to absolute poverty, one can almost understand why the crimes here seem to be executed with so much violence and disdain for human life. I moved to this city 8 months ago as of writing this, knowing full well the city's reputation as the most dangerous city in my country. But for some reason, I had naively thought that I would be safe from the violence. We never want to believe that we could be one of the victims that we read about on the news. The story that I'm about to tell happened in March of 2022. I, a 24 female, and 3 friends decided one Saturday evening to go out on the town and visit one of the most popular nightclubs in the region. We're by no means rich, each of us just earning over minimum wage. But being that we're in our early 20s, we wanted a taste of the glamour and excitement that this city has to offer. We took an Uber to the venue, as we're planning on getting, for lack of better word, completely wasted and have the time of our lives. And wasted we became. I nearly emptied out my savings account because a single drink at the club was about as much as I earned in half a day. But when you reach a certain level of intoxication, you stop worrying about money. Eventually, at around 3 a.m., the night came to an end, and we shuffled out of the parking lot to call an Uber van to take us back home. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, a white Uber van pulled up and we got in. My best friend, another 24-year-old female, sat in the front row, while the guys, who were 23 and 26, sat in the back row of the van. We were drunkenly giggling and recounting events from earlier in the evening when the Uber came to a slow halt at a stop street. I realized that this sign was not on the way home. We were supposed to have taken a ramp onto the highway by now. Suddenly, 2 men started banging on the window to my right. Ever heard the expression, "she was shocked sober"? Well, that's pretty much what happened to me at that moment. I looked at the driver, who was just sitting there, looking out at the 2 men. "Drive away! Drive! What are you doing? Drive!" the guys in the seats behind us shouted. To my utter horror, I watched as the driver pressed the button on the dashboard to unlock the doors of the vehicle. I vividly remember the shock of the cold night air rushing over me as the 2 men opened the doors of the van and burst inside. One at the front passenger door and one at the sliding van door, right next to me. The driver sped away before they had even closed the doors behind them. My mind could not yet grasp the situation. It all happened so suddenly that it seemed entirely unreal. It was only when I felt the cold, hard tip of a pistol being pressed to my temple that my mind was violently jerked back into my body. The robbers were shouting at us to not move and shut up, but I was intently focused on the sound of my best friend next to me. Having known her for 15 years, I knew in an instant that she was about to have a massive panic attack, and I knew I had to do something to keep her calm, or else we would be in big trouble. I tried to whisper, "It's okay. I'm here, just breathe," when I got smacked in the face with the pistol. "Shut up. No talking," the man next to me yelled. This set her panic attack into motion. She started to hyperventilate and softly cry, "No, no, 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 no." Her desperate attempts to inhale sounded like tiny screams. I instinctively tried to grab her hand while it was shaking, which earned me another smack to the face. I raised my hands in front of me, pressing my thigh against hers in an attempt to soothe her as much as I could. Then, the man next to me started to search us. He groped and probed his hands all over us, under our shirts, into our bras, and down our pant pockets. He even slid his hand under my bottom and legs to make sure I wasn't sitting on anything. The guys in the back seat started to scream at him to stop, and each time they screamed, I would be hit on the knee with the back of the pistol. I was sitting dead still. My instinct to protect my friend overrode any pain that I felt, and I wished so hard that the guys would just shut up. It was clear that they were making this situation so much worse, and I feared that if they kept this up, we would all be killed. The man next to me ripped out our earrings and tore our necklaces off, pocketing them. He's grabbed our handbags and wallets, thrown them to his accomplice in the front seat. In the chaos, I had finally managed to bring my hand close enough to my friend's so that I could wrap the tip of my pinky finger around hers. We had matching tattoos. I twisted my arm so that she could see mine, as in response, she turned her arms so our tattoos gently touched. I know this sounds cheesy. We'd been through so much trauma together already that this gesture seemed to comfort her enough for her panic attack to begin to de-escalate. By now, I was beaten black and blue, and all our belongings were stripped from us, but the Uber kept driving. I was beginning to fear the worst. All I could think about was how unfair it was that my sweet friend, who in my eyes was the best person in the world, could die tonight at the hands of strangers. I kept thinking that if only they knew how much I loved her, they would let us go. Cheesy and insane, I know, but that was what was spinning through my mind. After about 20 minutes, the Uber stopped and the robbers jumped out and ran away, but the driver again just sat there. He smacked the steering wheel, and this triggered a rage inside of me that I never knew existed. I knew he would now try to force us out of the vehicle and leave us there, stranded. I slammed the door shut, with all of us still inside, and jumped up out of my seat in one motion. Leaning over to the driver, I said in a voice that doesn't even sound like my own, "Drive to the nearest petrol station, now." Miraculously, he did just that. Now, I'm not very big or strong, or brave for that matter, but my protective instinct over my friend took over, and I somehow managed to intimidate the driver into doing what I said. He pulled into the parking area of the nearest petrol station. I leaned over and honked his horn until a staff member came out. I ordered one of the guys to get out and asked them to call the police while I held my now weeping friend in my arms. At the mention of the police, the driver started to visibly panic. He was still trying to convince me that he had nothing to do with the robbers, but I did not believe him. We stayed in the van, knowing that if we got out, he would make a run for it. And the guy sent to go call the police returned to tell us that no one at the petrol station had any airtime. I turned to the driver and told him in a clear and calm voice that he must drive us to the nearest police station or I would kill him. He believed me, not knowing that I am the type of person who would cry if I accidentally stepped on a bug, and drove us there. Outside of the police station, we got out and he seized his opportunity to speed off into the night. I rushed into the station, begging an officer to pursue him, but anyone familiar with the police in South Africa would know that I might as well have been asking for help in a post office. In the end, after about an hour of me trying not to lose it at the police officer who clearly didn't give a rat's ass about what just happened to us, I managed to convince them to let me use the station landline to call for a lift home. The next day, I learned that the officer forgot or simply couldn't be asked to file our police report. So when I tried to file a complaint to Uber, there was no evidence of the crime ever happening. Uber never responded to me, and the case was never investigated. And that's just how it is here. The scariest thing is that this happens so often that nobody cares anymore. The absolute powerlessness that I felt in the moment I realized that nothing is being done by anyone to stop this, and that it will continue to happen, has filled me with bitterness, distrust, and resentment that hasn't left since. Whenever I tell this story to people who have lived here their whole lives, they jokingly tell me that that was my intimidation into becoming a fully fledged citizen of Johannesburg. At first, seeing the way people here have accepted the daily occurrence of violence and crime as a fact of life doesn't set right with me. But I catch myself more and more often these days, becoming complacent and apathetic to corruption, as I am seduced by the promises of wealth in this city of gold. When I was about 10 or 11, I lived in a duplex house with my parents in Tennessee. It was pretty good size, 3 bedrooms, huge backyard, and a good sized porch in front of the house. I was in a decent school and had many friends on that block. Plenty of good times were had and pleasant memories made. However, there is one memory that isn't peaceful at all. and it happened in that house. I always had a strange feeling in that house. You know that feeling that you get when you think someone is watching you, but you know that you're actually by yourself? That sort of feeling. I always felt like someone or something was watching me from inside my closet in particular. But being a very self-aware person my whole life, I figured that was just normal kid fears. You know, something in the closet, something under the bed, etc. But what I couldn't explain was our lights would turn on and off by themselves a lot, and the TV would turn on and off a lot. My father tried explaining it on the electricity or the house or wiring, and it didn't seem to bother my parents. One day after school, I got home and started a regular routine. I got a snack, turned on Nickelodeon, and started doing homework in front of the TV on the floor. About 10 or so minutes into it, I heard something coming from my parents' bedroom, like a rustling. I knew my parents weren't home from work yet. It was still pretty early in the afternoon and their cars weren't in the driveway. Instead of getting a neighbor, for all I knew it could have been an intruder, and I was a skinny little boy at the time, I started walking towards the bedroom. I then noticed the rustling noise was coming from their bathroom. They had the master bedroom, of course, and I found it odd. What was happening in the bathroom? Like, what if it was a robber? Why be interested in the bathroom? I get to the bedroom door, which was open, but before I step in, I said, "Mom? Dad? Is that you?" I knew it couldn't be them, but that's what came out of me. Then it happened. I heard a cackle, like a rotten snicker. And then, in what I can only describe as an old hag's voice, it repeated my words, only in a mocking fashion. "Mom? Dad? Is that you?" Then it cackled again. At this point, I think I'm dreaming, and tears started to well up in my eyes. I figured I was going to get jump scared or shocked, so I walked towards the bathroom, thinking I would wake up at the jolt. I got to the bathroom and saw nothing. Nothing but a bunch of bathroom items knocked on the floor and into the sink. I turned and started to run out, and I tripped on the doorway and fell on my chest. Now I really think I'm dreaming, and I started crying, saying, "Mommy, Mommy," that kind of thing. It felt like I was on the floor for an hour, but it was probably not even a minute. I got up, looked behind me once more, still see nothing. I ran to the living room to get my homework and went outside on the porch, not going back inside until whatever parent it was that got home first. When I told them, they chalked it up to it being a dream, that I probably dozed off watching TV and just had a vivid dream. Alright, but the thing is, I don't remember waking up that day. The day just went on into the evening, and then into the night, where I probably didn't get much sleep. Nothing to that magnitude happened to me in that house after, and we ended up moving a year or so later. I'm old now, but still to this day, I'm uneasy being in bathrooms, because if I ever hear that voice again, I don't know what I would do. I'd probably have a heart attack. The voice was that nasty. I hated that house. I grew up in a small, unassuming town of Diggs, located in the Matthews County of Virginia. The town was scarcely populated and peaceful for the most part. Since I did not have much to do as a kid, my father would often take me along with him to the Chesapeake Bay, either fishing or to just enjoy the view and relax. Although the town had many paranormal stories going around about its name, I hadn't witnessed anything out of the ordinary. I wouldn't usually just ignore them as rumors. That was, until this day. I must have been barely 9 years old when this happened. It was a lazy Saturday afternoon, and like most weekends, I didn't have much to do, so Dad decided to take me fishing with him. We would usually go in the morning, but that day it was different, for some reason that I can't recall. What I do remember, though, is that Dad decided to stay home for a few more hours since it was about 2 p.m., and he said that the fish wouldn't be that active during this time of day. It must have been about 5 p.m. by the time we reached the bay. Dad, like usual, got his fishing rod, baited the hook, and waited for the fish to bite it. It must have been a couple small catches when Dad started experiencing trouble with his spinning reel. Being the proud man that he was, he did not want to give up and head back with just a couple of fish. Long story short, it took a long time until he got a satisfactory size of catch. It was almost dusk. I remember how I kept complaining that it was getting dark and we should head back home now. He asked me if I was scared, to which I said no. But honestly, I was a little scared. I had never been out of home this late in the night. Sensing my growing discomfort, Dad decided to wrap things up to get back home. We started walking towards our vehicle that was parked on the secluded road across the scattered grove of trees that covered the bay. So basically, the only way you could go to and come from the bay was by crossing this grove on foot. We were crossing the grove when Dad suddenly picked me up in his arms, his eyes wide open in fear. He started taking hasty steps towards the car, while also ensuring he doesn't make a sound. I tried asking him what was wrong, and his response was a simple shh. All this while he kept looking to a certain direction as he continued to walk as swiftly as he could. We must have been about a few meters away from the car when I heard something I'll never forget in my entire life. It was the sound of someone yelling, "You can't get away from me," in a hoarse, diabolic voice, followed by the evilest laughter that you can ever think of. My heart just exploded. Before I could see what or who it was, my father jolted with me still in his arms. He opened the car door in a flash, threw me in, started the vehicle, and just stepped on the gas. He didn't even care to shut the door, or even sit on the seat for that matter. We just took off. It wasn't until we drove a couple kilometers away did he stop to catch a breath, still audibly panting and sweating. When we finally got home, I asked him what he saw in the grove. He said that he wasn't entirely sure, but what he could see in the twilight was the figure of a man chewing a bird. The bird still seemed to be alive as it struggled to keep flapping its wings. What's even more terrifying is that Dad saw the figure of what looked like a sword tied to his waist. We reported the incident to the local authorities, but not much attention was paid to it. They probably dismissed it as another crazy story people had come up with about the town. But we know that it was real. To this day, we don't know who or what that figure was, but what we do know is that we were lucky to return home that day, unharmed and in one piece. This occurred when I was about 8 years old. I used to live in a fairly small house, and the walls were paper thin, so everyone could hear what was going on in everyone's room. On the night that this happened, my cousin was over, and me, her, and my dad were conversing with each other from our own rooms. We didn't have to talk very loud either, since talking at normal volume was enough for us to hear each other. In the middle of our conversation, we heard a knock at the door. If it wasn't strange enough that someone was knocking at this hour, the knock sounded abnormal. Not only was the knocking slow, but it sounded like it was coming from the bottom of the door, as if someone was crouched knocking at the door. My cousin and I looked at each other, confused but also scared. My dad also went silent, and I imagine he was as bewildered as we were. Suddenly, the knocking came again, but this time it was louder. My cousin got up, but stopped once my dad spoke. "Don't open the door," he said in a stern tone. My cousin and I looked at each other and rolled our eyes. My dad would always make attempts in scaring me. I can recall when he would tell me, "There are eyes staring at you from outside of your window. Big eyes." And I'm not gonna lie, that used to terrify me. But this time, I wasn't falling for it. I motioned for my cousin to go check the door anyway. She walked out of the room, and by that time my dad was standing outside his room. "Don't open the door," he said again. "There's something terrifying out there. If you open the door, you're allowing it to come inside." Hearing this made me feel uneasy, so I got up and walked out of my room to tell my cousin to just leave it alone. But before I could, she looked through the window by the door. She gasped and backed away from the window. What? I began walking towards the window, the curiosity to see what was outside overriding my fear of what I would see. "No, don't look. Get back over here," my cousin said. And like she did with my dad, I didn't listen. I moved the curtain aside slowly and looked at what was by the door. I nearly screamed. Standing there was an extremely short and pale woman, if you could even call it a woman. She had long black hair that was covering most of her face, but a gap down the middle. I could see a glimpse of her eyes, but only the white parts. The catch? Her arms were longer than her entire body. My throat felt like it closed once I looked at her, until suddenly, all in the span of 5 seconds, she ran away in an unsteady and unusual way. Before I could come to terms with what I was seeing, she turned around. And even though I couldn't fully see her eyes, I just know that she was looking right at me. Almost as if she was taunting me. As if she was proud of the fear that she instilled in us. And as quickly as she stopped, she turned the opposite direction and proceeded to run away, her arms dragging behind her. About 8 years ago, my boyfriend had this best friend who was going through a divorce. His wife had tired of his bad habits and she had pretty much kicked him out of their house. So my boyfriend and I agreed that he could come stay with us in our guest apartment for a little while. Everything was going well with him staying with us, though I was skeptical as to whether or not he had really kicked his bad habits. The fact that he was also constantly trying to go over to his soon-to-be ex's house to get back with her alarmed me a little, since she probably would have taken him back sooner otherwise. About 3 weeks or so into him staying with us, my boyfriend and I thought of him being lonely up at our house and decided to invite him down with us for some margaritas. So, we texted him to come down. He waited about an hour or so, but we hadn't heard back yet. We tried calling him after a couple more texts, but still nothing. So we just figured that he was back over at his ex's house or something. We just eventually decided to go up to the other house to check on him. Once we arrived back at our other house, we noticed that his car was there, so thankfully he wasn't off harassing his wife. We knocked on his apartment door, but he didn't answer. So we figured he was over at our place next door, chilling in the living room and watching TV as he often did. We found him where he thought he'd be, as we walked through our front door and into the living room area. But he wasn't sitting on the couch and watching TV like we expected. Instead, he was laying on his side on the living room floor, between the couch and a tall bookshelf. At first, he was laying so still that I honestly wasn't sure if he was unconscious, or heaven forbid, even dead. I instantly ran over to him, calling out his name frantically. Relief washed over me when he moved, flailing the arm he wasn't on. When I knelt beside him, I could hear him sort of mumbling something that I couldn't make out. As I leaned in order to hear him, though, I realized that his words were incomprehensible and slurred. I knew right then what was happening to him, so I called 911. I gave the dispatcher our address first, and then I informed her that the person I was calling about was having a stroke. Help arrived within 20 minutes, thankfully. He was taken to the hospital and immediately admitted into the ICU. On our way to the hospital, my boyfriend told me about how his best friend had been having small, mild episodes like that over the last couple of weeks. My boyfriend had tried taking him to the hospital, but his friend refused to even go in at all. Because he ignored all those warning episodes and didn't seek help, the big one finally hit him. My boyfriend didn't tell me because his friend made him promise not to tell anyone. He was in the ICU for a little over a day when I happened to be driving by the hospital during work, so I stopped to visit him. I did in-home care, and I wore scrubs to work, often with my keys on a lanyard around my neck, which happens to look exactly as a nurse at the hospital would look. I was so used to dressing like that every day for work that the thought of me looking like one of the nurses didn't even occur to me as I rang the bell to be let into the ICU. Just as a nurse was coming to the door to let me in, I happened to look over and I noticed a woman standing in the window to a waiting room on my left. She had medium-colored frizzy hair that fell just past her shoulders, but it was her eyes that I'll never forget. They were dark, with this intense sorrow and fear in them. The worst part about those sorrowful eyes, peering through that plexiglass window at me though, were the large, dark circles underneath them. To this day, I've never seen dark circles like that. Somehow, I knew right then that it was the guy's wife. I walked into the ICU following the nurse and came upon my boyfriend's best friend, awake and restless and fidgeting in his hospital bed. He was trying to pull his catheter tube out and the nurse had to stop him. The nurse injected something into his IV line, then gave me an assuring nod as she turned to leave the room. I said all the right things that I knew to say. I told him I was sorry for what he was going through and that I sincerely hoped that he'd get better. Then I said goodbye and left as he was starting to drip off. As I was leaving the room, the nurse was leading the woman into his room, and that I noticed upon entering the ICU. Before I reached the ICU's main doors, I heard the woman begin to sob as the nurse informed her that her husband was in fact positive for drugs. He died the next day, unable to recover from the major stroke that he had suffered. Drug abuse over years and years had finally done him in. That utterly sorrowful and terrified look in his wife's eyes is something that will stay with me forever, as I fear I may have been the last person to speak to him when he was conscious. I blamed the fact that I was wearing scrubs and a lanyard for getting me in to see him first. I really didn't mean for that to happen. I honestly didn't. I guess I wrote this story as a reminder to all that the consequences of damaging your life and body not only affects you, but also those around you who love and care for you. In late summer of 2016, about a dozen or so of my family members and I went camping at a nearby lake in Arizona. It was about sunset and we were all on the boat headed to the spot we were going to pitch our tents and stay the night. It was a pretty relaxing ride and I even snapped a few pictures of the sky on the way there. When we arrived, we unpacked, set up some tents, and got a fire going to roast some hot dogs. After dinner, we hung out around the fire while most of the men in the group met up with the men from another family nearby to go ride around in the desert. That family's campsite was a couple 100 feet or so up the shore from us. After a while, I got pretty tired and decided to go to bed. I was the only one that opted to sleep on the boat that night, so I got my blanket, climbed up on the boat, and fell asleep. Not long after I did, though, I woke up to loud music playing. I sat up on the boat and looked around wondering what was going on. It was strange, since we had small children, the youngest not even 2 years old, in a tent sleeping, and I was confused as to why someone was playing music. Unsurprisingly, the youngest did wake up and started crying. I noticed that there was an old red truck parked by the shoreline close to our campsite playing loud music. The truck had not been there before, and it sounded like it was in Spanish. I couldn't see the truck too well because it was dark, but I did see that there were 2 people in the cab. My aunt walked over to the red truck and asked them politely to keep it down, and that we have small children trying to sleep. They told her no, so she tried asking if they could go somewhere else. They just told her no again. She ended up just walking back, as there wasn't really much she could do. After about 10 to 15 minutes, the youngest was still crying, so my aunt decided to walk up and ask again, trying to explain that we have small children trying to sleep, and to see if they could just turn it down. They had instead told her to leave them alone, turned the radio up louder, and started banging on the sides of the truck. She walked back to our campsite. My older cousin was getting pretty upset at this too, and was going to go over there, but my aunt had told him no, and to wait until the rest of our group got back. Besides, my uncle could speak to them in Spanish, just in case there was a language barrier when we got back. While we were waiting, we saw one of the men get out and walk up to the bed of the truck and grab something and got back in the cab. I was on the boat watching all of this happen, so I was the furthest and couldn't see what they grabbed, but my aunt, who was seated closest to them, said that they had gotten what looked like a gun. Shortly after, all of the men came back to the campsite. We had told them what had happened. My uncle and a couple of my older cousins went over to talk to them, seeing as they were parked so close and we had all been there first. I didn't hear what was said, since I was on the boat, but I heard raised voices and some loud noises. Things clearly were going south, and my uncle was yelling at them. I was getting scared and started shaking. My family came over and started throwing their things on the boat, not bothering to pack things up properly, and quickly getting ready to leave. I had gotten off the boat to help pack, and asked what was going on. Seeing as everyone was rushing, I only heard that the men had a gun. My uncle and my cousins started walking back, and the truck was driving away, and they finally told us what happened. When my uncle and my cousins went to go talk to them, they pulled a gun on them and tried to shoot my uncle. The gun had luckily jammed when they pulled the trigger, and my uncle took the gun from them. My uncle and my cousins had punched the two men in the trunk for trying to shoot them. My cousin said that he had knocked one of the men's teeth out too, although no one from the family was hurt, and the two men no longer had the gun. We had to leave as soon as possible, because they told us they would be back. After we were all in the boat with our stuff, my uncle had driven the boat to a spot at the lake where you could only get to by boat, and we camped there instead. In hindsight, this probably saved all of our lives. I didn't sleep anymore that night, as I was really shaken up from what happened. Around sunrise, me and my aunt had gone over to the old campsite to see if the other family had any coffee, and they told her that those men had come back, with more people and guns looking for us, and they had actually left not too long before we got there for coffee. I don't know what my family did with the gun, and we didn't report it to the police. The rest of our camping trip was normal. We swam, drank, and went home. I hate to think about what might have happened if the guy's gun didn't jam, and if we didn't leave the original campsite. I was about 15 or 16 when this happened. Me, my two brothers, and my oldest brother's friend decided to go check out the abandoned mansion in the middle of an orange grove near my house. Apparently, the mansion had been abandoned for years and had been a popular hangout spot. I couldn't imagine that the people that hung out there were the best bunch, or that they kept the mansion in good condition, but I was curious nonetheless. After it was dark, we parked in a nearby parking lot, met up with my brother's friend, and set out. We had to cross part of the orange grove, then go through a hole in a chain-link fence, cross some more of the orange grove, and then we could get to the mansion. Everything went as expected at first. It was a little strange having an orange grove in the middle of our busy city, and was eerily quiet. We walked about 10 minutes through the trees before going through a hole in a chain-link fence. We walked past some trees, some more, and then we came to a clearing. The clearing was very large, and had a large building in the middle of it. It was really dark, and I couldn't see it too well. I was excited to see it, so I had been walking about 15 yards in front of everyone else. I saw a very large oval that almost looked like water. I thought it was a pond or a pool or something. As I got closer, I realized it was a large trap that covered some ground, and it must have been an illusion with the moonlight and just looked like water from afar. I took one step on the tarp, making a crunching noise. As soon as I did, I saw a figure immediately set up, at the other end in my peripheral vision. I looked up, and it appeared to be a dog, and it started to run at me, growling and barking. I turned and started running back. My brother's friend, who had been behind everyone, had disappeared in the trees within a few seconds. Thankfully, my two brothers waited for me to catch up to them before running back so I wasn't alone. My oldest brother had been picked up a stick and a rock in case the dog caught up to us. The dog had still been running after us when we all ran back to the trees. I don't know if the dog was on a long chain or if we just had a big enough head start because the tarp was so large. But we were able to get back to the hole in the chain link fence, and the dog was no longer behind us. My lungs were on fire, and I couldn't believe we made it. Apparently, the mansion was no longer abandoned and was being renovated so that they had a guard dog. This story definitely isn't as scary as some of my other encounters, but it was very scary when it happened, and I haven't forgot about it since. I'm just glad that the dog wasn't able to hurt any of us. Before my brother had moved out of state, we would frequently go hiking together. One of our favorite spots was out by a river that was 15 minutes from our house. By the time this story took place, he had already moved and I had not gone hiking. I don't normally hike by myself, but it was a nice day and I wanted to get some fresh air. For reference, I'm a female and I was around 19 at the time of this story. The drive to the river was beautiful. I lived in the suburbs of my city, so it wasn't long before I passed the last of the houses and some businesses, and I was completely surrounded by vegetation that got thicker and thicker the closer that you got to the river. Once I got to the parking lot, I parked my car, got my backpack, locked my car doors, and started walking towards the river, which was just a short walk from the parking lot. The parking lot was fairly large for being a recreational area and could fit at least 50 vehicles, but there were only a few cars there that day. I passed the restroom building and some trash cans on my right, and could see some campers by the river a bit out towards my left. They had been at least 30 yards from me. There was a walking trail that runs alongside the river that we would normally use that I was heading towards. Once I got closer to the river, I decided to turn right to start my hike instead of going left, because I didn't want to disrupt the campers. Soon after I started walking alongside the river, I heard a voice call out to me behind me, and I turned around to see who it was. It looked to be an older man, about late 40s to early 50s. He was walking up to me from the campsite and asked if I had a smoke. I'd never really been a smoker, so I told him that I was sorry I didn't. I glanced behind him and noticed that it looked like they had been more than just some campers. It looks like they had been living there. He said no worries. I gave a polite smile, turned back around, and continued on my hike. After going about 30 to 45 minutes, it had set in that I was hiking alone and I suddenly no longer felt safe. I stopped to drink some water and also got my pocket knife out to hold in my hand just in case I came across an animal or something. It had been getting a little warm, so I had taken my jacket off as well and held that over my arm, which had concealed the pocket knife. I backtracked almost to where I had started and noticed that the older man had started to walk towards me again as he called out to me. I stopped to talk to him to see what he needed. To my surprise, he asked me if I wanted to go hang out with them. I told him I couldn't, and I had to get back home. I started to walk away, and he had asked for my number and grabbed my tank top. I told him that I was sorry and that I wasn't interested, and pulled away. He kept holding on to my tank top. It was bunched up in his hand, just for a few more seconds. But it felt like minutes, and it seemed like he had been considering something before finally letting me go. I was terrified, but had been glad that I had my pocket knife in my hand, just in case he tried anything else. I speed walked back to my car, running once I was close enough. I got in my car, immediately locked my doors, and got out of there as fast as I could. I don't know what would have happened if I stayed with them, or what that man's intentions were, but I have never hiked alone ever since. I never thought that I'd ever end up in juvie, but over the last 6 months, I found myself teaching English classes at one. I'm an English education major at Bowling Green University. While I can't and won't say anything about what the juvie is like or where it is, I can say it has been an amazing place to work, and the experience I've gotten there has really helped me get ahead in my classes. My students are great storytellers, but it's always heartbreaking to hear some of their more personal stories. Only one has ever scared me, and here it is. This particular student just had turned in a story about a character they had created the week before. They called it the Demon Collector. It could slow time, bend open physical barriers, and steal thoughts from a group of characters called the Timeless Sinners. I, at first, thought that this was the most badass idea ever put on paper. As an aspiring author myself, I even wrote it on a sticky note and put it on my laptop to mess around with later. Then I asked about where they got the idea. In response, they told me about the time that someone broke into his house. It's at this point that my classroom diverts its attention to our conversation. This kid is apparently a lot like I was at their age. They ran up the stairs after turning off all the lights and got the random feeling that they were about to die if they slept facing the wall instead of the door. They had this bathroom right at the start of their second floor, so close to the stairs that you could see down to the front door if you stood at the sink while brushing your teeth. One night, my student was apparently walking up the stairs after a long night of gaming. Having been in the basement for about 7 hours at that point, they had heard absolutely nothing going on upstairs. It had been silent as the grave for hours on end, and there was no reason to be any more cautious than usual. They turned on the light that hung over their staircase as they always did, and they began the brisk walk up the stairs. When they reached the top, they took special note of this shape that looked like a wide eye situated just above the middle hinge of the door. It was watching them, following their every move. The darkness of the bathroom veiled it, allowing for only a rough impression to be seen. Even though it felt so strongly like a figment of their imagination, this student found themselves sprinting as quickly as possible towards their bedroom door, wanting nothing more than to just put some distance between them and the bathroom. About 10 seconds went by before a heart-stopping bang rocked from the bedroom door. It was followed by angry shouts from Mom and Dad. Prepared for an argument, the student opened their bedroom door and braced for an earful. "Did you sneak out again?" said Dad. Confused, the student responded, "No, I was literally in the basement all night." "Then why is the front door open?" The student brought their shoulders up in a shrug before widening their eyes. Nobody admitted to opening the front door, which meant that somebody might have made their way into the house. The student looked towards the bathroom door, remembering what they thought they saw. Now, instead of seeing an eye, they saw an unfamiliar face peeking around the bathroom door. It watched their conversation. All the student could do was point towards the door, and the room went quiet as the parents followed along. It was at that moment that the bathroom door flew inwards, almost appearing as if it got lurched into the bathroom by some black hole, as the would-be burglar made a beeline for the door. Long story short, the burglar got away, but nobody got hurt. But the story found its way into my classroom. The other students were now completely silent, and after a brief recognition of their sheer creativity of this kid, we agreed as a class to spend the rest of our time diving into this character. Now we want to write a whole story about it, and we hope that we get it published someday. I live in a medium-sized apartment building in a fairly major city. While the neighborhood I live in is more on the safe side, gun violence is very high in my city as a whole, and we have a big trafficking problem. Despite this, I feel pretty safe going out, especially close to my apartment building where it's mostly well lit, and I'm friendly with a few of the regular homeless people. Last night, I got a reminder that my safety isn't guaranteed, and I've been pretty shaken since. Last night, around 12:20 a.m., I asked my partner if he wanted to share a joint with me. When he declined, I locked the apartment and went downstairs myself. The exit I take spits me out on the main street where there is still the occasional car driving by at this time. Usually, this type of human presence comfort me walking late at night. But tonight, a lone black, dark blue van approached in my peripheral and started to drive slowly, matching my walking pace until I rounded the corner and the van was stopped by the stoplight. I found it very strange at the time, but the van was on the other side of the street, and there were 1 to 2 other cars, so I brushed it off. Around the corner, there's a little food truck area with a bunch of picnic tables. They have like Christmas string lights hung up and a few other ambient lights that are kept on the whole night, but it barely illuminates the area. As I'm walking past the picnic tables, I notice a large man dressed in dark clothes sitting alone at one of the black tables. He was wearing a hood or hat, so I couldn't see his whole face, but his eyes followed me as I walked the border of the picnic area. My usual smoke spot is behind a fence on the other side of the picnic area. I was a little shaken by spotting that man, and also didn't want to upset him by smoking near him, so I chose a slightly further spot against the side of a construction vehicle. I lit my joint and started puffing away and reading something on my phone. I soon start getting this really uneasy sensation. It felt like all my hairs were standing up, and I got the most intense goosebumps that I've ever felt. My phone was still playing music as I turned it off. I heard this shifting and rustling of gravel on the ground behind me. I swung my head around and saw a man reaching towards me with huge hands. I only caught a glimpse of his face before I fell to the ground. His eyes were wide, bulging, and extremely dark. They terrified me. His mouth was agape, and he was basically snarling at me. He scared me so bad, I fell to the ground, stumbled, and broke into a run all in like 1 second. I ran for a few seconds before I peeked behind my shoulder and saw him a couple yards behind me. At this point, I saw it was definitely the man who was sitting at the picnic table, and I now saw he was wearing what looked like a dirty bucket hat / fishing hat. He had shoulder-length, dirty light-colored hair and was way taller than me, so at least 6 foot. He was definitely gaining on me, as I had lost ground by turning around, and I'm not in the best of shape to begin with. I was about to reach the first entrance to the building, but the issue was 1, there were double doors at this entrance that closed quite slowly, and 2, the only way up was an elevator, so if he got inside with me, I was out of luck. I kept running, taking my chances with my running ability versus quickly opening doors ability. I kept running along the other side of the building to get to the second entrance to the building. This one was just 2 single doors which open up to the stairwell to my apartment. It's above the 2nd floor. That's all I'll say because I'm still scared. As I'm nearing the entrance, I see another man who appears to be speed walking directly towards me from the opposite direction. I should note that throughout this, I've been hearing the growling / snarling of the first guy behind me, and as the second man gets closer, I can hear that he is also growling. I reach the keypad, unlock the first door, and quickly slam it closed behind me, until I hear the lock click again. The second man reached the first door, and I saw his face more clearly as it slammed against the glass window of the door. He was also tall with longer hair, and I remember he was wearing overalls, but I mostly remember his wild eyes and his teeth that he gnashed at me right before I turned away, opening the second door and booked it up the stairs. I didn't even stop until I was in my apartment, had all the doors locked, and was under the covers. I think in retrospect, I didn't hear any sign of them following me up the stairs, but I was so convinced they were still on my tail. I think the only reason I got away from them was that they didn't know about this side entrance to my building, so they didn't expect me to keep running past the first entrance. I got up to my inhaler. I was having a near asthma attack at this point, and peeked out the window. My heart sank. I saw the same van that had creeped me out earlier, parked across the street from the entrance to my building. The entrance is like right below my apartment window. I then looked down to see 3 men pacing along the side of my building, including the 2 that had chased me. I ducked down, fearing that they would see me. A few minutes later, they start shining flashlights into the windows of the apartments. At first, I think, of course, it's only my apartment, but after a while, it's clear they're just searching for me. At this point, I try to call my building manager to let him know about the situation, and he sent out a text alert to all our building list. I was so paranoid another innocent person would be accosted by them, so I called the police. They told me they were on their way and to stay out of the window in case they were armed. A few minutes later, the men are spooked by a faraway police siren and get in the van to peel away. I think it was from another 911 call though, because when the officer arrived to our building, the siren wasn't on. I spent a long, sleepless night thinking they'd come back, but they never did. Definitely going to avoid being alone at night from now on. I asked one of the homeless guys I'm friendly with if he saw anything suspicious last night, but he said he didn't. They couldn't have been residents because they didn't leave after the management sent us the alert. The part that sticks with me the most is the growling and intense look in both of their eyes. I don't know if they were on drugs or what. They never said any words to me or to each other. I haven't heard any updates from the cops, but it's only been a few hours, and they didn't seem that interested in my statement as the van had disappeared when they left. But to the two men who growled at me and chased me into my apartment, let's not meet again. Hello. This is the first time I'm going to be sharing this story online. I'm a female, now 22 years old. I'm only 5'1" and don't have very many means of protecting myself. When I first left home, I got an apartment and a job at an exclusive club in LA while studying online. I was 19 years old when I first started working there, and learned very quickly the environment that I was in. Creepy older men, cheating husbands, and 0 women would ever walk in unless they worked at this club. The good bottle service money kept me around for way longer than it should have. I always took my breaks outside in the back, scrolled my phone, sat on one of the benches until it was time to go back in. We all did this. A breath of fresh air from the cigar smoke. As I did my usual routine, this was the first time I ever saw a female that I didn't work with, even in the parking lot. I assumed a husband had gotten caught up and doing something she didn't like. That quickly became far from the truth. She walked up to me, very put together. Expensive bag, expensive heels, and she got dropped off from a very nicely priced vehicle. Had a New York license plate in the front, which wasn't really the norm in Los Angeles. When she got close to me, she asked me to help her pick up some change that had fallen into the vehicle. But didn't you just get dropped off? Is all I could think of. I declined and apologized, but my break was over. I asked if I could get one of the bouncers to assist her, but she declined. She reassured me that it wouldn't take too much of my time, but I still refused. When I went back to work, I told some of the girls I worked with to be careful, as it was incredibly suspicious in my opinion. After work, I drove home to study and then got some sleep. My apartment was on the first floor, in a non-gated area, with windows in my bedroom and living room that had views of the parking lot. I know, super luxurious. I sat down on my couch, pulled out my laptop, and just proceeded with my after-work routine. 20 to 25 minutes after I got home, I see a flash from my phone, straight into my living room window. All I could think was, what the fuck? I immediately run to the window, and there it was, the same black vehicle parked right in hindsight. I close my blinds and immediately call the police. They show up, looked around, asked some questions, then left. Now, they did show up 15 minutes later after I called, so I'm not sure if I even expected them to find anything, but I wish they did. 2 weeks later, I'm at my local pet store with my German Shepherd. She's my rock and protector. I took her whenever I could after this incident. I had recognized the lady across the aisle, her face, and the same outfit as the woman who came up to me while I was at work. I made sure my dog could see her, and that she could see my dog. She's fully trained, so I wasn't scared of them this time. I checked out after I saw her leave, and walked towards my car to leave myself. A weird note was left on my windshield. I didn't care. I got in and drove straight home. The letter was some "I accidentally hit your car" bullshit. Not sure why, but maybe some sort of tactic. The neighbors keep their eye out for me and let me know when they see them. One of them even asked my neighbor if I was single and acted like they just saw me around the complex. Little things still happen. Random calls with weird voicemails, which I can link if you would like me to. Random tissues on my car, and other things that I just still choose to ignore. Thank you for reading. This has been going on for about 3.5 years now. I haven't seen them since, but they definitely let me know that they're still around. To those people who have stalked me for the last 3.5 years of my life, let's not meet. This happened years ago, in the early 2000s when I was just a kid. I have family in Arkansas, and we used to visit them every summer. One afternoon, my parents' brother and I were taking a long walk on the beach when we saw this pickup truck stuck in a small hole in the sand. His back tires were stuck in the low hole and spinning every time he tried to accelerate. The driver was this older, heavier-set, burly-looking man. My dad was trying his best to help the guy, and though they were making progress, he was still very much stuck. Finally, my dad said that the back of the bed of the truck needed more weight as leverage to get out. So my brother, dad, and I all got in the bed to help. The guy floored it and eventually made it out, but he wasn't stopping. He kept going faster and faster as I watched my mom stand there confused, getting smaller and smaller as we got further away. My dad banged on the rear window, telling him to stop, but he just kept going. We were probably on that truck no more than 15 seconds, but it felt like hours. Finally, the guy came to a screeching halt, and we all jumped out and ran. He sped off without saying a word to us, and eventually disappeared into the distance. We all ran back to my mom, who was standing there confused. We still don't know what that guy's intentions were. Did he just want to scare us? Or maybe it was something more sinister. Either way, to the guy that almost kidnapped us in the back of his truck, let's never meet again. When I was 23, I rented an apartment in an old boarding house in a neighborhood just outside the sketchy downtown of a mid-sized southern U.S. city. One night, around 2 a.m., I was driving home from my boyfriend's place after we'd had a huge fight. I was teary and not paying much attention to my surroundings. At a stoplight, I pulled up alongside the only other car on the road, made brief eye contact with the driver, and gave him a quick, absent-minded smile. I'm Southern. It's ingrained. Anyway, I guess he took that as some sort of invitation. At the next stoplight, he stared intently into my car with a weird, blank expression. And at the next, and the next. I was seriously uneasy, but it took me a while to realize he was actually following me. I should have just driven to a police station, but this was before smartphones and I didn't know where the closest one was. Also, I was exhausted, and I guess I thought that I was just being paranoid and didn't want to make a fuss. Instead, I circled around out of my way until I no longer saw his headlights behind me. It seemed like he finally got bored and veered off. I was beyond relieved and drove straight home, anxious to get inside and behind locked doors. I parallel parked in a tight spot between two cars on the street outside the boarding house, and I cut the engine. And that's when he pulled up alongside me, close enough to the driver's side door that I couldn't have opened it if I tried. I was blocked in, and now he knew where I lived. I briefly thought about climbing across and exiting the passenger door, but I wasn't confident that I could outrun him to the house and get it locked before he grabbed me, if that was his intention. It was very much clear the vibe he was throwing off. I fumbled my phone, and while I was fishing it out from under my seat, he got out of his car, lazily walked around to the passenger side of mine, and tried the door. Finding it locked, he leaned down and stared at me with the same intent, dead-eyed expression, and started tapping at the glass. I got my phone, opened and yelled that I was calling the cops as I dialed 911. He began banging on the window, then slamming his fist on the windshield like he was trying to break it. Then he stopped cold and just stared for a long minute more while I talked to the dispatcher, looking utterly disappointed in me. I don't clearly remember the end of the interaction. It was a long time ago, and I was terrified and trying to give information over the phone. But I do remember having the impression that he was making a mental note of the address of the house, and that he seemed entirely confident as he got back in his car and hurriedly drove away. The cops came and took my statement. It didn't seem to like what I told them one bit. If they found him, though, no one ever let me know. I stayed there for a few more months and didn't get a single solid night's sleep. So to the guy that followed me home, stared at me, and banged on my window, let's never meet again. This happened in 2011. I worked as a security in a mall that summer, and I used to join some friends after my shift around 8 p.m. That day, I was at a pool party and a girl came to me to chit-chat. Her name was Shelly. We eventually bonded together, and we met every day afterward. We started a date, and we lived a relationship that lasted a month and a half. Basically, she was getting jealous for absolutely no reason, watching my every move at the mall, following me, having tantrums when I was on the phone with my sister, saying she was calling me on purpose to show her I wasn't exclusively her man. One day, I decided to break up, and I chose to do it at my place. When I told her that it couldn't work out, she began to scream like a fury. Her eyes were popping out and she began calling me names. Only she grabbed a knife in the kitchen and attacked me. She cut me deep on the shoulder, so I ran like hell from the apartment. I jumped in my car, and she threw a rock on my windshield before I got the chance to drive away. I finally spent the night at a friend's place, hence she didn't know the address, and went to the police station the very next morning. I knew after that she took a $1,000 fine and a 5-month suspended sentence, and that was it. Never heard of her till last Monday. I was at a restaurant with my wife, and I stumbled upon a friend that I used to hang out with 10 years ago. After catching up, he told me that this girl Shelly was on death row in Oakland for triple murder. She killed her boyfriend, the brother of her boyfriend, and a neighbor with a sledgehammer. She killed the 2 brothers in their sleep. The neighbor knocked because of the noise and got his skull bashed open. I now can't sleep. I remember that shoulder slash, and I can't help but think that she was aiming at the throat. So, to my crazy ex-girlfriend, who is now on death row, let's never meet again. I'm of the mindset that everyone should at least know a little bit about cars. I've always been mechanically inclined, and I think that might have saved me. I was using dating apps a few years ago. Met this guy. He seemed super nice. We talked for a few weeks before I was willing to meet with him. My dad owned a local gun store where I could go get my target stuff. I used to be in a women's league for competition shooting. So I had seen this guy around and had a decent impression of him, but I still wanted to be safe. He invited me to a concert at a local town site. It was a concert I really wanted to go to, and I figured it would be a safe, since it was well lit and had a lot of security. I let him pick me up because he had talked about mechanics and cars, and he wanted to show me his Mustang. He bragged about how well he kept it running and how he babied it. I was into time trial racing at the time, so I was interested to see what he had done. He picks me up and we start heading to the event. Right before the exit, he says his car is acting funny. I was watching the dash, and if you've been in racing, you know our cars and trucks usually have extra accessories. Whether it's aftermarket racks and gauges or switches, there's usually something aftermarket inside the car. There was nothing extra. The car felt like it was shifting correctly. There was no shudder or noise. Nothing at all to indicate any problems. I was like, that's weird. And all I said was we should try and limp it to the concert venue. It's less than a mile away, and it's better than being stuck on I-15. He agrees and drives us carefully to the last mile. We get to the concert and things were okay-ish. He kept watching me and buying me drinks, but I refused to drink. So every time he gave me one, I would always make up an excuse and go to the bathroom to flush it. He kept making comments about how well I was handling my alcohol. I was super uncomfortable. The concert ends and it's time to leave. For context, this concert happened at a local reservation town site. At the same time, the res did not have great cell service, so I couldn't get a hold of anyone to come get me. I decided to bite the bullet, and I let him talk me into taking me to the old highway instead of the I-15. It sounds silly, but when you take the old highway, even though it's slower, people are more willing to stop and help you than they are on the freeway. I figured if he was having car troubles, it would be safer, and we wouldn't have people flying by us at 80 miles per hour. We make it halfway between the town site and our town, and he says the car is acting funny again and pulls over. I'm stone cold sober and didn't notice anything wrong, so when I get out of the car to check it out with him, he starts making comments about how I'm drunk and I should wait in the car, and that it's safer because you can't trust drunk Indians, especially with a little girl like you. This dude had no idea that I'm actually native, and I just had albinism. The hair on the back of my neck are standing up, so I started checking my phone. I just barely have a service, and I start to text my dad. As I'm walking away from the engine compartment, I noticed he was watching me, so I started acting like I was trying to get cell service to get help. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched this man take the spark plug wires off the distributor cap and switch the order. Your spark plug wires connect to the distributor cap based on the order your cylinders fire in, so doing that will either make your car run terrible or not turn on at all. I managed to send my dad a picture of what he's doing, and my dad tells me to start walking. As I go to walk away, this guy gets back in the car and opens his glove box, which exposes the pistol that he had. He tells me not to worry, that we'll be safe. I probably broke a world record for how fast I was texting my dad. He says to start walking and tell the guy that he's on his way and that our friends live up the road. So I do. I start walking with a purpose and take off as quick as I can. The guy is yelling after me, and I yell back, the wind is too loud and I can't hear you. I'll be back with our friends. I'm scared out of my mind. We are 10 miles out of town with no one around. The closest road actually led to a cemetery, so there's really no one here to help me. I get a really bad feeling that the farther I get from the car, so I turn around and look. The hood is closed. His lights are on. So I decide to hide in the farm irrigation next to the road. I keep walking towards town and text my dad what's happening. I hear the car slowly coming up behind me and see a flashlight. So I press against the side of the ditch and wait for it to pass. Once I can't hear it anymore, I crawl out and just kind of keep walking along the weeds. My dad texts me that he sees me, so when he pulls up, I run to the truck. As we make it towards town, we pass the dude, and he's got like 3 cop cars around him. My dad tells me not to worry about what happened. I heard through the grapevine later on he had been charged with violent crimes in the past, and that he'd been arrested that night for concealed carrying without a permit. The police never talked to me, but I haven't seen that guy in town since. If I didn't have experience with cars and didn't know what he was doing, I could have been dead in that ditch instead of hiding. Most communities have where you can take basic car care and maintenance courses. I highly recommend everyone takes them and at least know the basics. This dude knew that I knew cars, but his whole goal was to get me so piss drunk that I wouldn't realize what was actually happening. So to the guy that faked car troubles, let's never meet again. This happened years ago, but the thought of it still keeps me up at night. I was walking through the hills of a provincial park with my dog during winter, so the sun set much faster than I expected and before I could get back to my car. Once the sun was gone, all you could see was darkness. I was walking slowly through a field when out of nowhere, I had to this day the most gut-wrenching, undeniable feeling that I was being watched. I turned around, and in the distance, I saw a figure standing there, darker than the night sky around us. The instant I saw him, my stomach dropped, and my body literally froze. I knew in that moment, somehow, he was coming for me. I grabbed my dog's leash and we book it. I mean sprinting, full speed, up and down hills, around trees, down embankments. I was running so fast as if my life was depending on it. And to this day, I'm sure that it was. I make a 30 to 45 minute trip in 10 minutes. And all that stands before me in my car is this switchback you have to go back and forth up if you want to reach the top. So once again, I'm giving it all I got, running up this switchback as fast as I possibly can. And once I reach the top and look back down, who else but the person that I saw in the shadows is chasing me? Do you think he goes up the switchback like how any sane person would? Of course not. He starts sprinting right up the middle of this switchback, heading straight for me. I scream at him to fuck off, and he doesn't say anything. Not a single word. He just continues running right at me. I'm so lucky that my car was at the top of that hill, because I ran towards it, just like in the horror movies. I drop my keys, and I'm fiddling with them trying to open my door. Just in time, I get the door open, throw my dog in, and shut the door behind me just as the guy reaches us. Best part is, there are no other vehicles parked anywhere around us. But where did this person park? Yeah, right next to me, of all places. This guy literally jumps into his truck so fast, and to this day, I have never seen a better example of speeds out of there like a bat out of hell. He guns the engine so hard, black smoke is blasting out of the back as he swerves out of there, leaving skid marks behind him. I sat in the back of my vehicle for hours afterwards, shaking and crying, knowing I was this close to whatever he had planned for me. And that's why I'm sharing this story, in hopes that people won't ignore that gut feeling, the tiny little voice in the back of your head that tells you to run. If I did that day, I never would have noticed him in time, and would not have had the head that I needed to escape. Always trust your gut feelings in that situation. It might be the deciding factor in if this is your final days on Earth or not. A couple years before the pandemic started, a friend of mine, call her Mary, introduced me to a guy. He wasn't really my type, but she's one of those people who turns into a matchmaker when she's in a relationship. So I agreed to go on a couple dates with him so she wouldn't feel as worried that I might die alone, and so on and so forth. The first time I met with this guy, it was a group date with Mary, her boyfriend Tim, and another friend and her boyfriend. This guy Mary was trying to set me up with, Joe, seemed alright. We talked, traded jokes, that sort of thing. I wasn't comfortable with him because I wasn't interested in him. At the end of the night, he asked if we could meet up again sometime, and I agreed. Afterwards, I told Mary, and she was delighted. Her boyfriend Tim was not very happy, though. Tim's training to become a doctor. He's a very smart guy, and my friends and I greatly value his opinion. There's something off about Joe, Tim said. I agreed, and Tim and I talked it over for a bit, but neither of us had seen or felt anything worse than a bit of weirdness. Be careful with Joe, Tim said, when I hugged my friends good night at the train station. Joe and I texted for a couple of weeks before we met up again, and those exchanges only cemented my first impressions. I just wasn't into him, and something about him was off. He began to reveal a side of himself that was less friendly as well. He had very low self-esteem, and he was always looking for reassurance. At first, that wasn't so bad. but it turned toxic pretty quickly. He seemed to get off on that sort of attention. I didn't really want to go out with him again, but Mary was really invested in the idea of Joe and I getting together. Mary's a sweetheart, but she doesn't really have any instincts. Occasionally, that gets me or someone else in our friend group into trouble. Mary's cute, and everyone wants to make her happy. She has good intentions, but because she has no instincts, she can't really sense danger, and sometimes drags people into dangerous situations unwittingly. I was hoping this was not going to be one of those episodes. Anyway, Mary was excited about the next date, and Joe kept asking when I was going to meet him again. So I invited Joe to an event my hobby club was holding. I figured that was safe, because we'd be surrounded by other people that I knew very well. The event was all right. Joe wasn't as creepy in person as he had been in text messages lately. After the event, we walked along the river for a bit, on a walkway crowded with families and tourists. We parted ways at the busy train station. I figured I'd just gently push this thing further into the realm of platonic, and everything would be all right. Then, one night, a couple of weeks later, Joe called me and told me that he was going to commit suicide. I freaked out and tried to calm him down. I stayed up all night talking to him, from when he called around 10 p.m. all the way until the sun rose. Every time he calmed down, I tried to say goodbye, but he kept saying that if I hung up, he would kill himself. So I stayed on the line, talking him down over and over again. Something about the situation felt wrong, but what else was I going to do? I wouldn't leave anyone to commit suicide. As I sat on my patio, watching the sun rise over the forest behind my house, he finally let me off the hook. He said thank you, and for a moment, I felt that I'd done the right thing. Maybe I'd just saved a life. Then Joe said with a voice full of glee, "That was the best night of my life," and hung up. I was stunned. What the hell? Had this psycho really kept me up all night, knowing full well the next day was going to be busy for me, just to get off on the attention? I decided there was no way in hell I was ever going to see this guy again. I told Mary what had happened, and she was very apologetic. She agreed that Joe was a complete psycho. She said she was sorry she had set me up with him, and told me to call the cops if he ever came to my house. I didn't think he would. Joe didn't have my address, and neither did the person Mary had met him through. I don't give out my address to anyone but trustworthy family members, because I don't want my abusive ex-step-parent to find me. That precaution probably saved me from a much worse experience. As it was, when I broke it off with Joe, he took it pretty badly. He threatened to kill himself again, so I messaged Mary, and she contacted her and Joe's mutual friend, who kept an eye on Joe for a few days. Not long after that, I started getting creepy phone calls after midnight. They were often at 2 or 3 a.m. The caller never said anything, just breathed heavily down the line. It was so unnerving. I blocked the number every time. Joe must have gone through 4 or 5 numbers before he switched his phone to a private number to get around the caller ID. I couldn't block him anymore. I didn't know what to do. For more than a year and a half after Joe got a private number, I was forced to answer every one of his calls. A whole branch of my family have private numbers because one of them was scammed a while back. Luckily, the police caught the scammer and they didn't end up losing any money. But unfortunately for me, that meant that if I received a call from a private number at night, I had to pick it up just in case something had happened to a family member. One night in particular, though, my phone went off at 3 a.m. It was a private number. I knew it was probably Joe. I was staring at my phone trying to work out what to do. I never let these calls go to voicemail because apart from my whole family issue, even if he didn't know where I lived, he certainly knew where Mary and Tim's house was. I was afraid that if I didn't play along, he might go after my friends. The phone was still ringing. I reached out to swipe up and answer the call, then paused. I had an idea. Back when I was in high school, my dads would sometimes call early in the morning. If no one else was in the house, I'd be woken up, stumble over to the phone half awake, and answer it with a slightly croaky voice. I have a low voice for a woman, so every time I answered the phone like that, my dad would mistake me for my brother John. I realized that I could use that. I cleared my throat, dropped my voice as low as I could, then said, "Hello." I was delighted with the result. I sounded exactly like John. It was uncanny. Made me a little sad, really. John died about a year before I met Joe. It was a bit of a jolt hearing something so close to his voice again after almost 3 years. I quickly grabbed my phone before it could ring out, tapped the answer button, then said that deep hello again. This time, there was no creepy heavy breathing, only silence. I said another deep hello. After a moment's pause, Joe hung up on me. I was overjoyed. Every other time, I'd had to hang up on him, no matter what I said before. He had always wanted as much of my time as he could get. I let myself feel a flicker of hope. Maybe I was free. It's been over a year now, and it looks like I am free of Joe. I haven't gotten any creepy calls since I pulled out my John impersonation, and I can only guess that Joe thinks I've changed my number, or at least given it to someone else. Joe never met John, so when I said hello, he probably just heard a young man's voice. If John were still here, I know he'd approve. If I could tell him now, he'd be very happy to know a part of him could still protect me, even so many years after he was gone. I'll probably spend my life looking over my shoulder. Every time someone attacks the bins on my street, I worry that it might be Joe. Every time a beat-up car passes me as I walk to the bus stop or the train station, I worry it might be him. I've heard from mutual friends that Joe has said some awful things about me. He told some people he slept with me, which, of course, he didn't. Who would sleep with someone that creepy? Worse than that, Joe and Mary's mutual friend has said that Joe told her that he wants to kill me. Mary and I were horrified by that. The friend has since told him that I've moved to another city, so that might be enough. She's very close to him, distantly related actually, so he believes what she tells him. When I'm done with my studies, I'm going to move across the country. Until then, I'm keeping my head down. My campus and Joe's are 30-minute train ride apart. That's nowhere near far enough away, but it'll have to do. There's one positive thing that has come out of this. Mary is now completely cured of any desire to ever play matchmaker. Oh, and Joe? Let's never meet again. In 2019, I had bought my sister and I tickets to see 21 Pilots in Oklahoma City. At the time, I was a 20-year-old petite woman. I'm a super fan of their music, so I made my sister pack and be ready to line up at the venue around 2 to 3 a.m. to get decent spots in the pit. We got there and were greeted by other fans and had a pretty good time. I was able to park my car in a lot pretty close to the venue and got away with it until about 5 to 6 a.m. when police/venue management, I can't remember which, told us that anyone who parked on that lot would be towed if not moved in the next hour. At that time, the venue management had made an actual line clear up to the door. My sister didn't have her license at the time, and we were able to become acquainted with some of the people in the line, so I felt comfortable for her to stay in the line while I found out somewhere new to park. Fast forward to me finding a Sonic that was close by, and I figured I could get away with free parking. I started the close to a mile walk back to the venue. I then found an alleyway that looked to be one of those nightlife streets that are covered in bars. Since it was broad daylight and I knew I would save time going this route, I wasn't apprehensive about taking the alleyway back. About halfway through the alleyway, I saw a thin man, no later than his 40s, sitting at one of the bar's back patios. When he saw me, he made a joke about a pillow I was carrying. My sister had texted me and asked me to bring back her pillow so she could take a nap before the concert. He then asked me where I was headed, in which I stupidly told him the concert downtown. He asked me if I wanted drugs, in which I replied no, and then asked if he could come with me, which I lied and told him it was sold out. This entire exchange I kept walking while he was talking to hopefully shake him off or show no interest in the conversation. When I had reached the end of the alley, I had a bad feeling that I was being followed, so when I turned the corner, I quickly jogged to hopefully gain some distance between us if that was the case. Unfortunately, I was correct. I remember hearing fast footsteps following behind me and then abruptly stopping when I turned to look behind me. It was almost like a movie where he would rush behind something when I turned, thinking I didn't see him. At this point, I panicked and started trying to spot the closest store to me. It was 5:30 to 6 a.m. at this point, so anything I did pass was closed. Plus, I was in a suburban area with more apartment buildings than stores. I turned another corner and saw a man was coming out of his home. I hurried up to the man and remember asking him if he could help me because I was scared and felt unsafe because there was someone following me. At this point, the scrawny man from the alley had gained on me and was a few feet away from us. The man following me then began telling the guy I was asking for help that I was a liar and don't listen to her, man. The guy coming out of his home then looked at me and then the creep and told me sorry, I can't help you, and proceeded to close this door in my face. I have never to this day felt so utterly helpless in my life. I turned to the creepy guy and pled with him to please leave me alone. He kept telling me that I wasn't going anywhere and I wasn't going to no concert, and a bunch of other threatening comments. By some luck, I was able to spot a group of people in 21 Pilots merch across the street and sprinted across and started walking next to them. I quickly told them what was happening and if I could walk with them to the venue, and they told me yes. I think the creepy man lost interest in me, and I saw us walking slowly back in the opposite direction. I was able to make it back to the venue fine, but immediately broke down upon seeing my sister. I thanked my new acquaintances and called the cops. I was told, he does that a lot, he's harmless. I was told by the venue's bodyguards that they would walk me to my car after the concert, but upon returning to the same spot for them to do so, they weren't there. To say I was pretty disappointed on how it was handled is an understatement. It still freaks me out to this day how easily I could have been taken, or if I'd even be here to tell anyone this story. So to the creepy guy that followed me to the 21 Pilots concert, let's never meet again. Many, many years ago, before kids, rescue animals, a mortgage, and a husband, I was a travel writer in Europe. I did most of my trips alone. This story is about the first time I ever visited Prague. I'd never been to Prague, and the trip was last minute, so I had little time to prepare. My travel partner had dumped me in another country, and I was determined to make the best out of the trip by visiting a place that I'd never been. Upon arrival at the train station, I visited the accommodation office and asked for a hotel not too far from the center. In my early 20s, winging it was part of the fun. These days, I'm far less adventurous. The hostel they sent me to was a sprawling, crumbling, slate gray Art Deco building on a nondescript street about a 10-minute walk from Stairmesto. The inside was probably beautiful at one time, but by the time I checked in, it was full of shabby, mismatched furniture and cheap, stained carpet. Most of the light fixtures were broken, leaving everything but the lobby dark and gloomy. It smelled of standing water and dust. I found my room, a double for only $12 per night, and made note of the fact that I had a roommate. She wasn't there, but on her side of the room there was a suitcase, dress neatly folded across the back of a plastic chair, a scattering of makeup containers on the beat-up desk, and a stack of German fashion magazines on the bed. As I had no plans or goals on this impromptu trip, so I spent the afternoon exploring Old Town Square, the Jewish Quarter, and Wenceslas Square. I purchased some Czech crystal for my mom and painted eggs from a street vendor for myself. I also made reservations for a sunset diner cruise for one. At around 6 p.m., I returned to my room to shower, change clothes, and unload my purchases. When I left my room about an hour later, there was no indication that my roommate had returned at any point during the day. After the cruise, I stopped at a tiny bar on Tinska and had a glass of wine. I heard horror stories about the dangers of Prague, but I felt no more trepidation than I did on any other large city. Sure, the cobblestone streets, fog rolling out of the Vlatva, backlit Gothic architecture, and winding alleys made me think of Jack the Ripper and Dracula, but in a good way. It was nearly midnight when I returned to my hostel, so I was surprised to find that my roommate still hadn't returned. That wasn't uncommon, though. Backpackers are fickle. She could have gone on a short overnight trip and just left her stuff behind, hooked up with a guy or a girl, and was holed up at their place, or hanging out in another hostel. So, I was surprised, but not concerned. I took another shower before bed, and was surprised to find that things in the room had changed up in my return. Her bed was neatly turned down, the magazines had moved to the nightstand, and the dress was gone. The strangest thing, though, was the addition of a pink, silky nightgown spread across the bed. My bed. Maybe she thought she still had the room to herself. I didn't see how. My shopping bags, clothes, and toiletries were all in plain view. I gently moved the nightgown over to her bed, and then settled in for the night as I wrote in my journal. I assumed she was in the shower or somewhere nearby, so I expected her return shortly. After about an hour, though, her side was still empty. I needed to use the restroom before I went to sleep, so I made one last trip down the hall. The building was unusually quiet. There weren't the regular sounds of chatty backpackers, the clinking of glasses, or music that would normally leak through the walls. There was nothing. It was hushed, like a church after the congregation has left. I found myself practically tiptoeing back. My room was near the end of the hall, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the corridor was darker than before. The few working lights were blinking as they struggled to stay lit, and it reminded me of a fun house. The tightness began to fill my stomach, and I subconsciously quickened my steps. There wasn't a soul behind me, yet I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone gaining momentum on me. The only sound was the soft thud of my flip-flops as they struck my soles. I was flooded with relief as I flung open my door, but it didn't last long. Everything was exactly as I left it, except for the silky nightgown, which was now back on my bed. Sleep came in fits and starts. I left the lamp on for a while, still convinced my roommate would be right back, but the shadows it cast made the room even spookier. It was too dark with the light off. I'd finally slipped into a deep sleep when I suddenly heard the door open. A man stood in the darkened doorway, the hall light behind him shadowing just enough for me to see his contorted face. "I didn't mean to," he sobbed. "You have to help me." Too confused and disoriented to be scared, I sat up, scrubbed my eyes, and reached for the lamp switch. But once the room was light, I saw that the door was closed. There was no man. I quickly bounded off the bed and went for the door. It was locked. Nobody could have entered without a key. In the hallway, empty. I passed the rest of the night fully clothed, sitting up in bed and with the light on. Though I'd paid for 2 more nights, at 7 a.m., I gathered all my stuff and went down to the reception desk to check out. "By the way," I said to the 20-something receptionist, "my roommate never returned. I'm a little concerned." She picked up a room key, looked at it hard, frowned, and then glanced at her computer. "What room were you in again?" When I repeated it to her, she looked back at her screen. "Ma'am, that room's been empty for 3 weeks, and it's been cleaned since then. We only have 6 people in the whole building. The hostel has since been renovated and is now a luxury hotel." I realized that we didn't physically meet, but I thought it relevant since I seemed to have met someone. Someone entered and left my room. When I was 19, I worked for a company that allocated labor to rural areas of Australia. Basically, what you did in this job was tell them when you were available, and they'd send you to a remote farm for a few weeks where you'd do whatever they needed done. It was hard work and long hours, but good pay and good fun if you got in with a nice group of workers. When this occurred, I was working on a large property that was roughly the same size of the state of Maryland in the United States. I was about 9 hours from Sydney City, and the property itself was about 40 minutes from the nearest town. In short, it was in the middle of nowhere. I was working at the farm, clearing bushland with 3 other guys that were my age from the city. Our boss was a guy named Jeremy, who owned the farm and supervised us while helping out with the work. He was pretty laid back and was generally really good to us. This summer in particular was very hot, and the work was hard. So one day, when the temperature hit about 38 degrees Celsius, about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, Jeremy decided to give us the afternoon off. He said he knew of a water hole on the farm about 25-minute drive north. I was keen for a swim, but the other guys just wanted to relax for the Arvo. So him and I hopped in one of the work trucks and started heading across the property. It was mostly wide, empty expanses with a few clumps of scattered bushland. Jeremy wasn't much of a talker, so we drove more or less in silence. After about 20 minutes, however, he suddenly perked up and jabbed me in the ribs. "Do you see that over there? Beneath the 2 dead trees?" I should mention here that if you're not familiar with inland areas, particularly those in Australia, they're brown or red, and mostly flat and bland, meaning any bright colors stick out like a sore thumb. So, you can imagine our surprise when we could see a large blue angular structure far off in the distance. We steered in its direction, and as we got closer, we realized it was a huge blue shipping container, just sitting in the middle of nowhere. Jeremy was perplexed. I asked him if he knew what it was, but obviously he didn't. He said he hadn't seen it when we drove through the same area about 5 weeks before, and he wanted to go see what it was. Initially, we pulled to a stop about 100 meters away from it. At this stage, I had a really, really bad feeling. The whole thing wasn't right. It's hard to explain, but if you can imagine seeing such a foreign object in the middle of a huge barren expanse, it had to be something weird. Jeremy, however, wanted to investigate, which I understood, given it was his property, but in truth, I was really anxious. As we got closer, things got even more bizarre. There was a big diesel generator behind it thumping away, and a CCTV camera on each side, all motion activated so they buzzed from side to side, following us as we moved around. I tried to reason with Jeremy, something along the lines of, with all this security, someone obviously doesn't want us here. Let's just go. He brushed me off, however, reminding me it was his farm, and whoever had put this here was trespassing, so he wanted to go inside. Despite all the surveillance, there was only a small padlock on the huge door. We had some bolt cutters in his toolbox, and after a bit of a struggle, we broke the lock and went inside. The first thing I noticed was the rush of cold air as we got in. The place was air-conditioned, which I must admit was quite pleasant on such a hot day. We searched around for a light switch, but I could already see that this was some sort of IT setup. There were flashing LEDs all around the place and the sort of hum you can hear when a hard drive is working hard. When he finally switched on the lights, we could see a sophisticated, albeit somewhat cluttered, office setup. There were hard drives the size of bar fridges and other computer equipment lining the walls, sometimes piled 2 or 3 high, and plastic storage boxes scattered around the far wall, and several desks with computer monitors arranged in the middle, complete with rolling office chairs. At this stage, I felt like I was in one of those nonsensical dreams. This made absolutely no sense. We wandered in the middle and sat down at the desks to see if the computers would give us any idea of what the hell was going on here. My heart was racing, and I just wanted to bolt. We'd been seen by the CCTV, so if anyone was monitoring, they already knew we were here. Jeremy, on the other hand, was adamant that we had to get to the bottom of this, so I put on a brave face and started looking through the computer. This went on for a while, but in short, neither of us had a very high grasp of technology outside of Facebook and Microsoft Word. The best I can describe it from my position is that it was endless lists of computer talk. It was like the old Napster or LimeWire download screens, just constantly picking up and receiving data, then recording it on several windows. I gave up on the computers and walked cautiously over to the far end of the container, to the big pile of storage boxes. By then, I was pretty sure no one else was there, as there was nowhere to hide really, but I was still incredibly on edge. I decided, against my better judgment, to see what was inside all of these boxes. My brief sift through this box still makes me feel sick to my stomach. It didn't take long for me to realize that this box was full of posters, DVDs, and photos, all of children. One thing that still gets to me is that it was all neatly ordered in folders and smaller boxes. These people were organized. I immediately recoiled, jumped up, and ran over to Jeremy. I could hardly string a sentence together. I said something to the effect of, "Mate, get out. Children, go. Get the fuck up." I dragged him out, composed myself, and managed to explain what I saw. We jumped back in the truck and sped back to the house. The farm had no mobile phone reception, and we hadn't bought the satellite phone, so we had to get back to the landline to call the police. Once we called them, they still had to make it all the way to the farm from the nearest police station, which was in a town about a half an hour from the town closest to the farm. As I mentioned, it was very remote. We waited, talking frantically about what we'd seen, until the cops arrived almost an hour later. They arrived with 2 4-wheel drives, and we jumped in and led them back. This is where it gets worse. By the time we got back, the container door was open, and there was fire inside. We had only 2 small extinguishers in the cars, and these did very little. The fire department took an hour to get there, by which stage most of the damage was already done. An arson report by the federal police found almost no evidence of the computer equipment described, and only traces of paper and cardboard. This means that whoever ran it knew we were there and had time to come and remove most of it and get away. There were various ways to get off the property, and the landmass was huge, so there was no real way to tail them. Since the police hadn't taken us all too seriously in the first place, probably due to our poor explanation on the phone, aerial surveillance was also impossible by the time we'd pieced it all together. I took a keen interest in following it up, but with no real evidence of who might be responsible, the investigation went cold. I've kept in contact with Jeremy, and the shipping container is still sitting right there on the farm, as it's too expensive to move. I'll never forget what I saw in those boxes. I want to start by saying that this isn't the first bad experience that I've had while dog setting, but it's definitely the worst. So I started dog setting back when I was 13, and actually made good money doing it. I'm currently 19, and this happened when I was 18. I set up an easy way for people to contact me about dog setting. I put out a post on Facebook and Instagram about it often, and would get people in my messages asking me to dog set. I got a notification from Instagram one day stating someone was trying to message me. I accepted it, and the message said, "Me and my wife are looking to find a dog sitter while we go away for a week to Florida. You'll have to work the 4th through the 11th of this month. We'll pay you $300 for the week, and you're welcome to stay at our house or go back to your own home." I started talking back and forth with this man, and we're going to call him Mr. Brown for the sake of privacy. So I agreed to take the gig and told him I would stay at his house for the week. Once I got to his house, I was introduced to his 2 dogs, Mina and Letty. Mina was a little Yorkie, and Letty was a blue hound. I was shown around his house, which was surrounded by 76 acres. I live in a farm town and live on 32 acres myself, so staying here didn't really freak me out. The closest neighbors were pretty far away, and you would actually have to drive there if you wanted to talk to them. They told me the rules and when to feed them, blah blah blah. Then, Mrs. Brown told me about the nearest neighbor. In her words, she was a nice person, just a little drugged up and confused. She mentioned how sometimes she would pull into their driveway instead of hers, and would end mistaking Mrs. Brown for her dead daughter. Hearing this made me feel pretty bad for her, and I know all too well how hard it is for parents to lose their child because of how my parents were after losing my brother in a car accident. Mrs. Brown said she wouldn't do anything bad, and if she came up to the house, just point her back home and she would leave with no problems. After they left, I was down to watch movies and just chill with the dogs. The first 2 days were fine with no hiccups. The 3rd day, however, the old woman, who I'll call Miss Rose, did pull into the driveway. I came outside as she was getting out of the car. She looked up to see me, and immediately she got back in her car and left. I chalked it up to her realizing it was the wrong house when she saw me and went back inside. Later that night, though, I got a call from Mrs. Brown asking if I was okay. I said yes and asked why. She went on to tell me about how she got a call from Miss Rose and that she said there was a robber at their house. I explained what happened, and she just laughed and said she must have been confused and forgot that they were out of town. I ended the phone call, making a note to go over there tomorrow to clear the air about me being a robber. Once I went to bed that night, things got a little crazy. I woke up around 2, hearing a light scratching sound that almost sounded like ticking coming from outside the window. At first, I thought it might have been a bird or some sort of creature and left it alone. But the noise kept me from falling back asleep, so I decided that I wanted to scare it away. So I got up and went to open the blinds, but screamed when I lifted the blinds at the sight of Miss Rose trying to pry the window open with a pair of pliers. Once she saw me, though, she started banging on the window with the pliers. The dogs started barking now, and I quickly got up, told the dogs to follow me, grabbed my phone, and ran to a room with no windows, which was the bathroom, locking the door just in case she got in. I called 911 and explained the situation, quickly giving them the address from what I could remember. She said that police would be there in 10 minutes, which for the area I was in was pretty good considering the house was pretty rural. I'd gotten the dogs to be quiet and put them in the closet connected to the bathroom to make sure she didn't hear them. I was trying to stay calm, and I could still hear the pounding on the window. As I continued to talk to the operator, I heard the glass shatter. I cursed under my breath, trying not to cry. I was really scared and pretty much ready to cry from the fear of being beaten to death by someone who was clearly not in the right state of mind. I was whimpering what was happening to the operator, hiding in the back of the bathroom in the tub. After about 4 minutes of pretty much silence, I heard footsteps, and I could see feet under the other side of the door, and I cursed to myself again. I then see Miss Rose get on her hands, looking out of the crack, and I mistakenly let out a gasp. She gets up quickly, pounding at the door. I can tell she's still using the pliers. At this point, I'm crying, asking the operator where the police are, to which she responds 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes felt like forever. I screamed at Miss Rose to please go away, and she screamed back that I shouldn't be here. Once I heard the sound of police cars, and about a minute later, them trying to kick the door down, though I felt a little better. I was told to stay online until the intruder was caught, and that police were not trying to get into the house. Eventually, they did get into the house, and I yelled to get their attention, not that they needed it. She was still banging on the door. Once they got into the room, she was told to drop her weapon, and she obeyed, saying she didn't do anything wrong. They got her in cuffs, and a police officer told me it was okay to unlock the door, to which I slowly got up and unlocked the door. After being taken to the police station and giving them my story for their report, I went to my parents' house. I was just too scared to be alone. The next day, I called Mrs. Brown and explained the situation. I got full payment, even after telling them that I wasn't going back to their house. They called me a few days later saying that Miss Rose was under the influence of drugs, and in her words, she told the police she decided to take care of the robber herself, and she did nothing wrong. She was charged with breaking and entering, which is kinda ironic. After that, I quit dog sitting, and I'm a lot more paranoid, and always make sure my doors and windows are locked. So, Miss Rose, let's not meet again. Okay, so this happened when I was around 9 years old, and it's something that I'll never forget. It gives me goosebumps to this day. I live in a terraced house, 4 houses combined. My neighbors and I each have our own little patio. There's a small road 10 meters from my yard where people do their Sunday walks and so on. Only a small fence separates my small yard and patio from that road. I live in a pretty crowded area with several of these terraced houses spread around in my neighborhood, so seeing people walking on that road is pretty normal for me. Seeing random people standing on my patio is not. When I was 9, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom got home from work. I live maybe 50 meters away from my school, so my mom figured I was mature enough to be home alone for around an hour before she got home. This one day I got home from school, I did the usual thing, which was to make sure I locked the front door and double-checked that the back door leading to the patio was also locked. I was 9. Being alone was a little scary, even though it was in the middle of the day and only for 1 hour. I then rushed to my room upstairs to play as much PlayStation as possible before my mom came home and made me do homework. While playing, I heard this noise coming from outside my window. My room was located one floor over the patio, with a view to the road I told you about before. It was kind of like the sound of a cat, but my cat had been missing for over 3 months. Hope sparkled, and I thought, oh my God, did he finally come back? I ran downstairs to check if it was my cat, but the sight that met me gives me goosebumps just writing this. There was a guy standing on my back patio, a tall guy with black hair covering half of his eyes, making him look like a male version of the Ring, or something like that. I could hear him making high-pitched sounds, almost like a cat meowing. A brown liquid was running down from his mouth, and I could see him spitting out my dad's stomped cigarettes. He was actually eating from the ashtray. I was frozen observing this. Eventually, I snapped out of it and screamed so loud that the man must have heard it. He didn't react. He kept on eating from the ashtray. I ran upstairs to my room, locked the door, and called my mom, who then called the cops. I've never been more terrified in my life. Laying in bed under my sheets, shivering with fear as I hear these creepy, high-pitched noises from the guy eating cigarette stumps from the ashtray on my patio. I kind of blacked out for a moment, because the next thing I can remember is the police arriving on the road by my yard. I hear them talking to the guy, saying stuff like, "What are you doing? Get over here, we'll come down and arrest you," and so on. He didn't respond, but the high-pitched sounds were more frequent and louder. I decided to look through the window, feeling safe now that the cops were here. I could see 2 police officers standing by my fence, 1 man and 1 woman. I did not see the creepy man, however, because he was standing directly 1 story under me and under my field of view. The police jumped the fence, and I remember hearing the creepy guy screaming louder than anything I've ever heard before. He charged the female police officer with full force, and he knocked her out cold. The male officer then immediately tased the guy, leaving him shaking on the ground, still screaming. The policeman struggled to keep him on the ground while putting handcuffs on him, but eventually made it. After a while, he managed to wake up the female police officer, who seemed to be badly hurt. He called for backup and an ambulance, and then he sees me standing in the window above him. The expression on my face must have been something else, because he just looked at me and said, "I sure as hell hope you didn't see all that." I started to cry. By this time, neighbors started to arrive, wondering what the hell was going on. One of my neighbors, an elderly woman, made me come down, and she took care of me until my mom got back home. The police took the creepy guy with them in the car and left. Before they left, they promised to come back and talk to us about what had happened. This is where the story takes an unexpected turn. The male police officer came back later that night and sat down with me and my mom to talk. He explained that the guy on my patio was actually diagnosed with severe autism. He had escaped a facility where mentally challenged people lived, located around 5 kilometers from where I live. He explained that the guy had actually been living in my house 5 years ago, but he had been forced to move when his mom, his only caretaker, died. The poor guy probably thought he would find his mom in my house. He missed the routines, and he missed living there with his mom. The police had to move him from the house that time 5 years ago because he was extremely strong. From what I heard, he had extreme tensions in the body because of the autism, making his muscles grow stronger and stronger throughout the years. This was the reason he reacted the way he did when the police came this day. Still frightened, I told the police officer that he needed to make sure that this would never happen again. He promised that it wouldn't. After a few sleepless nights, my life got back to normal. The years went by and the guy didn't come back, until 1 year ago. At this time, my mom and dad had moved out. I bought the house from them, and I'm still living here today. I'm currently 25 years old. I was enjoying my morning coffee on the patio when I see this random guy stopping on the road by my fence. He just stands there, looking at me. I look at him and give him a nod, and then I hear the high-pitched noises. Oh my God, it's him. His hair had turned gray, but the high-pitched sounds made me realize. My heart started racing, and I instantly remembered the reason why he was back. I realized that he must have managed to escape again, because I kept my cool a bit longer when I was 9. I started to realize how sorry I felt for the guy. 16 years later, and he was back to look for his mom. I decided to carefully ask him if he wanted to come down to the patio. He instantly jumped the fence. I started to think he would knock me out like he did to that police officer. He didn't. He smiled. He looked at me and smiled. I offered to let him sit down. He didn't respond. I offered to let him come inside. He started laughing. We went inside. His face lit up. Pure joy. He was home. It reminded him of life that he had with his mom. It almost made me tear up. All of a sudden, he sat down on my couch, turned on my TV, and switched directly to the cartoons. I observed him for a while. He was just completely focused on the cartoons. I just wanted him to enjoy the moment, so I didn't say anything to him. I realized I had to call the facility to let them know. The caretakers arrived 10 minutes later. After a lot of convincing, he got up crying, and they went back to the facility. I called the facility 2 days later, and we made a deal. His name is Tom, and I now consider Tom my friend. Every Sunday from the day he returned, Tom and his caretakers visit me to watch cartoons. They say it's the highlight of his week. It makes my heart warm. Now, for several years, my thoughts were, let's not meet, guy on the patio eating from the ashtray. Now, my thoughts are, let's meet every Sunday to watch cartoons. My friend Tom. I was about 7 years old. My brother, about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just us three at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of a hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are windowed doors we always kept locked and rarely used. The door, on my end, led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. The house kinda leans into a small hill. My brother and mom both had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was a very light sleeper, and they just couldn't help but flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm gonna try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it, but she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviors when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember that time I opened the front door for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise, because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. We were a gun owner family in a quiet, rural West Virginia neighborhood. I asked her what she was talking about, and she looked equally surprised, as if she had just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom." She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running, and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall white male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. Turns out, he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious, hearing those two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago, in my mid-20s, that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. This happened to me 4 years ago. It's by far the most extreme and life-threatening situation I've ever been in. The eyewitness account you're about to read is 100% true, and it's mine. For some understanding, this happened in the United States. It was the summer of 2012. My longtime boyfriend and I had recently gotten married. Even though we were dirt-poor college students and lived in a dinky apartment, we were having a blast. That particular summer, we gathered with our friends at the local movie theater almost every weekend. There was one just down the street from our apartment that had really cheap movie tickets. A night out that was under $10 was certainly within our budget. Anyway, one Thursday night, I received a call from this group of friends inviting us to watch the midnight premiere of the newest Batman movie. I had just finished working a 12-hour shift and was pretty tired. I almost refused the invitation and thought of crashing in my apartment instead. However, I didn't want to miss out on the fun, and it was a movie I'd wanted to see for a while anyway. Certainly, it wouldn't do any harm to stay up later than usual and miss a few hours of sleep, right? Well, at 10:30 p.m., we met at the theater. We passed large, cardboard cutouts of Catwoman and Batman as we got inside, greeted by the smell of buttery popcorn and the chatter of exciting moviegoers. The ticket booth was to the right of the entrance, and just above that was an electronic list of movies being played. At 12 a.m., showing of The Dark Knight Rises was displayed up there in bright red letters. Being paranoid that the tickets would sell out quickly, one of my friends swung by earlier that day and purchased tickets for all of us. We bypassed the ticket line and went straight to the ticket taker. She smiled at us and kindly directed us to Theater 9, which was on the right side of the lobby. If only I had known what I do now, that among the crowds a killer was lurking, that I walked across that tacky red and purple carpet towards Theater 9. I could have been walking to my death. I think about it often now, what I would have done had I known. Pulled the fire alarm, called the police, screamed for people to run away. But of course, I had no way of knowing what was about to happen. Oblivious to the peril that I was putting myself in, I pushed open the doors for Theater 9 without giving it a second thought. The hallway in this theater was shaped like a U, and you could go to either right or left. Theater 9 was the largest screening room in the building, perfect for accommodating the crowds that midnight premieres brought in. The screen was motionless and gray. Not even the previews had started yet, because there was still a good hour and a half to go until the movie actually started. We entered on the right side, so all of the seats were to our left. I remember being surprised at just how packed the theater already was. Just about every seat was filled, much to our dismay. At first, it seemed like we wouldn't find a spot to sit together. Now, the way this theater is set up, there was a section of seats right in front of the screen. This area was flat, and there were about 5 rows of seating in this section. A lot of seats in that section were empty, but sitting right in front of the movie screen sucks, and none of us wanted to sit there. One of my friends then spotted a row with 5 empty seats all next to each other, perfect for the amount of people we had. These seats were about 3 to 4 rows up from where the seating rows started to elevate. We ran up the stairs before anyone could take the seats and filed in. My husband, Brock, sat in the 5th seat. I sat next to him, and my friend Samantha sat next to me on my right side. Her boyfriend, Tommy, sat next to her, and another friend named Leo sat in the aisle seat. We spent the next several minutes casually chatting, joking around, and laughing. After a while, my 3 friends went to the lobby to buy drinks and that addicting movie theater popcorn. While they were gone, Brock and I passed the time by people watching. The theater was bright since the lights weren't dimmed yet, and I could see everyone clearly. There were a lot of people dressed in Batman t-shirts and hoodies. One person even had a mask and one of those shirts with an attached cape. There were a lot of kids in attendance as well, which wasn't surprising because even though it was a Thursday night, it was summer vacation, so that meant no school the next day. Of all the people I saw, the person that I will never forget was the little girl sitting in our same row a few chairs away. She was really cute, blonde with blue eyes, and passed us several times on her way to the lobby, each time coming back with various snacks and popcorn. Overall, people seemed to be very excited to see the movie, and the room was filled with energy and laughter. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, the lights started to dim and the previews began. Just like every movie I've ever seen before, a quick animation flashed across the screen reminding us to get refreshments from the lobby, to silence our cell phones, and to make sure we knew where the emergency exits were. The animation had this ugly CGI cat in a tuxedo that was setting in a movie theater. I casually glanced at the bright screen emergency exit signs that were on the left and right sides of the movie screen. I didn't think much of the reminder, like usual. After that, I only remember one preview for The Man of Steel. The others, I'm not sure what they were about. When the movie started, the theater erupted into cheering and clapping. The title of the movie, The Dark Knight Rises, exploded onto the screen. This was followed by the scene where Bane is hijacking a plane. I thought this scene was pretty cool and it caught my interest right away. Only when the movie started to get a little less interesting did I remember just how tired I was. I decided I would close my eyes at the more boring parts to get a little bit of rest. I had been awake for 20 hours at that point, so I was rightfully sleepy. My eyes were closed for most of the duration of Batman and Catwoman's encounter. I don't really remember what was going on in that part of the movie. Anyway, when I opened my eyes again, Bruce Wayne was on his computer digging up information on Catwoman. This is the last scene that I saw. I never got to watch the rest of the movie. All of a sudden, a loud bang erupted from the left side of the theater. I sort of screamed a little because it startled me. A strange smell started to fill the auditorium. It was like the smell of a firework, so I thought it was a cherry bomb or something similar. Had someone thrown fireworks into the crowd as a prank? Then, down near the right side of the movie screen, the dark silhouette of a person caught my attention. They were just a black frame against the bright movie screen. A series of flashing lights was coming from this person. It was a weird moment where time literally slowed down and everything went strangely quiet. I was completely frozen, unable to move, and really unable to think at all. It was like my brain had stopped working entirely. Brock caught on immediately to what was happening and he grabbed me. He pulled me to the ground and lay on top of me, shielding me with his own body. At this point, time and sound returned to me. I couldn't hear the gunshots ringing across the counter. People were screaming. The movie was still playing on top of it all, creating a chaotic explosion of sound. I realized the flashing lights I had seen were bullets flying out of the gun barrel. An instant sensation of adrenaline flooded my body. There was absolutely nothing I could do except lay there and hope to God that the bullets I heard ripping through seats and walls wouldn't go through me too. At one point, shrapnel hit my head, cutting off a good chunk of my hair, and as I reached for the spot to make sure it wasn't bleeding, hot pieces of metal fell into my hand. I was laying face up, so I could see everything that was happening. The lights from a still-playing movie danced across the ceiling and the walls. My friends were on the floor with me. Our unfinished bucket of popcorn was spilled all across the floor. Leo had his legs sticking out on the aisle because there wasn't enough room for him to hide completely behind the seats. At some point, Samantha's water bottle, which had been in a cup holder between our seats, exploded. Water splashed all over my face. The smell of gun smoke was overwhelming. Riot-grade tear gas made me cry and caused me to cough uncontrollably. There was another smell too. The horrible, metallic smell of blood that I'll never forget. I remember my lower body feeling wet all of a sudden. For some reason, I thought this came from the leaking water bottle. But soon, I realized that this wasn't the case. All of a sudden, things went strangely quiet. The bullets had stopped for some reason. Tommy shouted, "Let's get out of here." We took advantage of the opportunity and made a run for it. We ran down the stairs, across the front of the screen, towards the bright exit side. We crammed into a small closet-like space where the door was. It was so dark, we had a hard time finding it. We were screaming and slamming on the walls to find the door, blinded by the tear gas and dumbfounded by shock. Then, finally, my hands felt the metal door handle, and I pushed against it with all my strength. The door flew open, and the light of a nearby streetlight flooded our eyes. We pushed against the door so hard that we all fell over onto the concrete. Samantha lost her pink flip-flops just outside this doorway. As I scrambled to my feet and literally ran for my life, I realized my legs were red, absolutely soaked with blood. It was like I dipped my legs into a bathtub full of it. I checked my body all over and realized that I wasn't injured at all. Where had this blood come from? I looked behind me and realized that the blood was my husband's. He'd been shot in the leg. A massive, gaping hole had ripped through the lower half of Brock's right leg. His foot was barely hanging on and dangled lifelessly. Leo and a young man I didn't recognize were carrying Brock because, after falling outside the door, he lost all his strength and he couldn't even walk himself. I was completely shocked. I had no idea he had been injured, especially since he was right behind me the whole time and managed to escape the theater all by himself. How did he do it on one foot? I'll never know. At this point, I screamed. My scream was so loud that it alerted nearby construction workers. At the back of the theater, there was a narrow parking lot, followed by a grassy lawn, and then the street beyond that. The construction workers were doing road repairs on this street, but as soon as they heard my scream and saw us running, they stopped working and watched what was going on. I'm not sure why this is such a vivid part of my memory. Anyway, they carried Brock along the back sidewalk all the way to the end, where the corner of the building is. This was quite a distance, several dozen feet. My husband then collapsed from exhaustion and pain, saying he couldn't move anymore. He lay down, and a puddle of blood started to form beneath him. I looked back and realized we had left a trail of blood leading from the door all the way to our current position. I was trembling. I knelt beside Brock and glanced around to see who else was injured. Tommy had been shot in the knee and the hip and was further away in the parking lot. The teenager who helped my husband was also injured. His dad and mom were with him. His mom was sitting against the wall and looked like she was going to pass out. She was bleeding from several places. That family escaped at the same time we did. I guess they heard the bullet stop and decided to make a run for it too. We were all lucky, because the shooting was still going on inside. I had to take off my shirt and use it to stop the bleeding. I'll never forget how lifeless and limp his leg felt, and I imagine that's what a dead body must feel like. I got blood all over my hands and arms. The police showed up really, really fast. I'd say we were only outside for a minute or two before the red and blue sirens filled the night and rushed to our location. We were literally a block away from the police station. A female officer stood by us the whole time until paramedics arrived, which took a very long time. Brock was one of the last to be taken to the hospital. He was bleeding out for almost 20 minutes before an ambulance pulled up on the same street with the road work. At this point, he had become almost unresponsive and was on the verge of unconsciousness. Several massive guys rushed across the grass with a stretcher, loaded him onto it, and then ran with him back to the waiting ambulance. I wasn't able to go with him because there was another injured person in the ambulance, and it was too crowded. I wandered around the front of the theater alone, unsure of where my friends had went. My blood-stained shirt and a pool of blood were left behind on the corner of that sidewalk. Walking through the crowds felt like a dream. I couldn't believe what had just happened. People were in hysterics and crying. A lot of people, such as me, were covered in blood. And like me, I'm pretty sure the blood staining their skin and clothes wasn't their own. A lot of people seemed to notice how lonely and dazed I looked. So they kept me company and even offered me a ride to different hospitals to find Brock, because I hadn't seen or been told which hospital he was taken to. I hung around these people for a little while as police swarmed the area and asked us what we saw inside the theater. The whole parking lot was on lockdown, and we weren't going to be allowed to leave anytime soon. It was around 2 a.m., so it was very dark outside still, and I was pretty cold, wearing only an undershirt and shorts. The flashing red and blue lights of what seemed like 100 police cars were blinding. I remember seeing a big police vehicle pull up that said something like Crime Scene Investigation Unit on it. I think that's when it really sank in and hit me. I started to get sick to my stomach and wanted to vomit, but somehow I was able to hold it back. Eventually, police started letting people leave. I jumped into my truck and booked it out of there. I was in such a panic that I didn't even think to go back to my apartment, grab my cell phone and call my parents or someone else to help me. I was angry, upset, scared. and most of all, still in a state of shock. Was I really going to lose Brock only a month shy of our first wedding anniversary because of some psychopath with a gun? Thankfully, by the time dawn rolled around, I found the hospital that he was treated in. This was in the next city over, maybe 45 minutes from the theater if you're going the speed limit. I was so happy to be there, and the hospital staff were all so welcoming and understanding. After making sure that I wasn't injured as well, they let me wait in the ICU room that Brock would be placed in when he was done recovering from surgery. I was so glad he was alive. Brock and Tommy both had survived, though many others weren't so lucky. I found out the following day, after some much-needed sleep on a hospital couch, that 12 people were killed in this shooting, and over 70 were injured. I remember they first thought 15 were killed, but the real number was 12. The little blonde girl sitting in my room did not survive. She died in the theater no more than a few feet away from us. She had been shot multiple times. A heartbroken police officer, who cried during his court testimony, tried unsuccessfully to save her by carrying her out of the theater and having her sent to the hospital. Tommy was rushed to a different hospital in the back of a police car. He underwent surgery and made a full recovery. The bullet missed his hip bone and narrowly missed his urinary tract and bladder. According to the surgeons, my husband lost almost half his blood. Brock made it to the hospital just in time. Any later, and he would have died. He underwent several blood transfusions and was in the hospital for 21 days. The wound to his leg was severe enough that they had to amputate it after trying unsuccessfully to save it. It's been so long since the shooting happened that my husband, friends, and I have been able to recover from it somewhat. The event was pretty horrifying and left us scarred for sure. I wouldn't consider that part of the story to be creepy, though. No. The creepy part was the shooter himself. I later learned much about him from the murder trial that would follow in the coming years. Though my encounter with this man was very brief, he has affected my life greatly. Just to know that people like this exist is disturbing. He is certainly one twisted individual that I never want to see again. I learned everything from watching the televised trial that took place in early 2015. This guy was going to school for neuroscience or something in California. I guess he was a pretty smart guy. However, for some reason he had an obsession with killing people and had a stalker mentality. After dropping out of his university, he moved to my state and chose my local theater to commit a mass shooting. Before that, he was planning on hiding along remote hiking trails up the mountains, jumping people, pulling them into the woods and killing them there. Though he never went through with that idea. He stalked my theater for months and had this shooting all planned out for the night of July 20th. Though I never saw him before this, it's unnerving to think that this guy could have been watching us every time we went to the theater, and we would have never known it. We were completely unaware of what he had planned against us. This completely ruined my sense of security, because who knows what the stranger next to you is planning on doing to you. I became very close to the shooter, but I never actually saw his face in person until I was forced to testify in court. Of course, I saw his mugshots on television, but while in the theater, I only saw him as a dark silhouette in the shadows, like a demonic figure rendered from the darkest and most sinister nightmare. He was even in the hallway that we passed upon returning from the emergency exit. The only thing stopping him from killing us there was that he jammed his assault rifle. To commit this crime, he ordered a few thousand rounds of ammunition, riot gear, armor, tear gas, an assault rifle, and a shotgun. He took pictures of himself which were shown in court, wearing all of this gear like some sick trophy and holding up these weapons with a menacing smile. He dyed his hair orange and put in these creepy black contacts while making devilish faces into the camera, something that made me sick just looking at it. Before driving to the theater with all of his gear in his car, he booby-trapped his entire apartment and set it to explode if anyone opened the door. Then, once at the theater, he posed as a moviegoer and even bought a ticket for the movie. I think his ticket had Theater 8 on it, which was next door, but Theater 9 had more people in it, so he went into number 9 instead. He was in the few front rows. Must have passed him several times in the lobby while he was sitting there. Maybe he had seen me too. At some point during the movie, he got up and went through the side exit, which didn't have an alarm for some reason. Kept it propped open with something. Then went to his car to pull out all his armor and grabbed his weapons. Then he came back inside and started shooting. When we escaped the theater, he ran past his white car, which was parked right outside at the exit. We didn't even notice it. At some point, he came outside, and he would have seen us there on the concrete. I don't know what stopped him from shooting people that were outside too, but he could have easily ended us there and then if he wanted to. I think the hardest part for me was facing this twisted individual in court. I'll never forget rising as they called my name, walking down the center row past my family, other survivors, and crowds of news-hungry media personnel. I sat right across from him, maybe only 10 feet away, while his orange hair was gone, and he wasn't wearing black contacts. Being so close to him was a creepy and uncomfortable experience. My encounters with this man are certainly ones that I'll never forget. I can now say that I've come face to face with a true, deranged psychopath. He just had this blank stare in his eyes the whole time. If eyes truly are the windows to the soul, then his soul was filled with nothing but a cold indifference for those he had murdered and harmed. He wouldn't even look at me. Sitting across from him in court was the second time I had knowingly been in the same room with this man. A man who had tried to take my life, but thankfully failed. A man who would end up spending forever behind bars, when at the end of it all, he was sentenced to 3,318 years in prison for his crimes. This is the man who tried to kill me. The man who has caused countless nightmares and fueled the fears of my paranoia. The man who hurt my friends and my family, causing years of untold grief for my husband because he will never walk the same again. The man who stole the innocence and joy from a 6-year-old child who went into that theater alive and came out dead. To the man who carried out the worst mass shooting in Colorado history. Let's never meet again. And I hope you rot in prison. This happened to me about a month ago, but it still boggles me. 2 points of background to make this story make sense. 1. I live in Tokyo and commute via those famously crazy crowded trains daily. There exists on them this kind of unspoken rule that everyone works together to make this suck as little as possible. People, for the most part, hold their backpacks in front of them. Men don't manspread, etc. But that's when the trains are full. About 2 stops before mine, the train goes from sardine can to everyone on this train could lay on the seats and have room left over. So usually I can sit down at this point. And 2, I'm not a Japanese woman. Very obviously so. Even when I'm in my white dress shirt and pencil skirt like all the other office drones, I'm often the only obviously non-Japanese woman on my train in the morning. But despite my appearance, I'm fluent in Japanese. So one day, I sat down when the train empties out, headphones in, mobile game going, ready to enjoy the 10 minutes of setting I get on my hour commute. I'm sitting with my legs crossed, but there's maybe 10 people in the whole car, so I'm not in anyone's way. I'm tuned out when, all of a sudden, a hand reaches out and grabs my bare knee. I'm in a skirt. I, of course, jolt straight out of my skin, rip out my headphones, and look up at the hand's owner. It's some skinny old Japanese dude, probably in his 60s. He points at my legs, then at other people on the train. Again, a max of 10 in a car that can hold 50 plus easily, and probably held about 80 10 minutes ago. In slightly broken English, he said, "You must not cross legs." I'm so bewildered by this, I start to tell him in Japanese, "The train isn't crowded right now. I'm not in anyone's way." But he doesn't like this answer. He starts to reach for my legs again, presumably to uncross my legs himself. I, liking even less of this, summon up my loudest non-scream, "Don't touch me. And thankfully, this is enough to get him to stop that. As another thing you don't do on trains here is make a fuss. Sadly though, yet another thing you don't do here is get involved. So despite a woman all but screaming, "Don't touch me," it's some foreign woman causing trouble. Best not get involved, etc., etc., so no one comes over. So while I've made it clear that I will not stand for physical confrontation, this old dude still feels comfortable enough to stand directly in front of me, nearly knee to knee, looming overly, while he repeats endlessly, "You must." He did this for at least 5 minutes. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I didn't break eye contact. I started plans B through P of how to get out of this train at the next stop. Thankfully, he gave up before the next stop, shaking his head and calling me a rude bitch in Japanese before wandering off. I still take the same train, but I haven't seen him since. So to the guy that tried to forcibly touch me and move my legs on the train in Japan, let's never meet again. So last night, I was at a classmate's house working on a group project we have due tomorrow. I live in an apartment in a town where our university is located, and my classmate lives at his parents' house, which is in the foothills just outside of town. In order to get to the house, you have to drive along a relatively secluded and narrow 2-lane road for about 5 to 6 miles. We started working on the project at about 6 p.m., and I ended up hanging around for a while after we had finished our working. So I left his house pretty late, at about 11, and started down the road back towards town. I didn't realize how tough it would be to navigate the road at night. There were no streetlights, and the road was unkempt and riddled with potholes. On top of this, I had no cell service, so I had to drive very slowly to make sure I didn't blow out one of my tires, since I had used my spare a couple weeks back. I figure I was about 3 miles from the house when I rounded a tight corner and saw a pickup truck with the camper shell parked diagonally across the road. The manner in which it was parked completely impeded my path, and I couldn't drive around it because there was a gully on both sides of the road. The only way for me to go at this point was backward, where there was a pull-off that I could use to turn my car around. At first, I couldn't see inside the cab, but when I turned on my high beams, I saw that there was a man slouched over in the driver's seat, his head resting against the steering wheel, as if he had been knocked out after a bad accident. I immediately sensed that something was wrong. The way his car had just coincidentally come to rest in a position that totally blocked the road was a big red flag for me. I had heard stories of people playing dead in the road as a way to lure unsuspecting people out of their cars so that they could rob them. I decided, fuck this, and elected to go back to my classmate's house and explain what was going on. I threw the car into reverse and kept my eyes darting back and forth between my rear view and the truck. I looked and saw that I was almost to the pull-off where I could turn around. When I looked back, my heart skipped about 5 beats. The man who had been slouched over in the driver's seat was now walking towards my car at a hurried pace, while a few other men jumped out of the camper shell and started moving towards me as well. I panicked and accelerated backwards into the pull-off, which messed up the undercarriage of my car pretty bad. As I put it into drive, the guy was already at my passenger side door tugging on the handle, which, thank the Lord, was locked. I only caught a brief glimpse of him, but his face appeared to be scabbed and leathery, definitely a meth head or some sort of drug user. I sped away and didn't slow down at all until I reached the house, constantly checking my rearview mirror to see if they were following me. Thankfully, they didn't tail me, and when I reached the house, I explained what had happened to my classmate and we called the cops. I was grateful that my buddy's parents were kind enough to let me stay the night. They didn't find anyone on the road matching the description, but I filed an incident report and they told me that they would be on the lookout for similar vehicles and suspicious activity. But holy shit, I'm still so shook up over it. I keep getting the same adrenaline rush I got when I saw the guy charging me whenever I think about it. One time, I went to the bar with one of my friends. I had just turned 21, so I haven't been much to bars up to that point. My friend was drinking on the way to the bar, so he was already pretty drunk when we got there. When I sat at the bar, a cute girl came up and talked to me and my friend. She said her name was Candace, and I noticed she had really, really bright red hair. I assumed she dyed it. It was pretty, but unnatural. Anyway, this girl was flirting with me and my friend. She could tell my friend was already very drunk. To be honest, I played along like I was drunk already too, since it seemed to be working for my friend. I didn't know if she was just trying to get free drinks, so I told her we didn't have much money. She offered to buy us drinks. She kept buying us drinks, and I started to get confused as to who she liked between me or my friend. My friend went to the bathroom. Before he came back, he was kicked out by the bouncers. He was too drunk. Candace and I went outside with him. She kept telling him to go home with her. He was so out of it, he could barely answer her. I told her he was too drunk and that I couldn't let him go anywhere. I didn't want him to wake up with hangover in some random house with no car and no idea of what happened. But Candace kept pushing it, saying that she would take care of him. But I told her no, because I had to stay with him. I was more sober than him, and he was my responsibility. I told her the only way he was going anywhere was if I tagged along. I assumed she thought that I was jealous or cock-blocking, but my friend could barely stand and lost interest in Candace already at this point. She immediately started flirting with me and offered to get my friend a taxi to drive him home, and said we could go to her place alone. At this point, I had a few drinks and I was pretty buzzed, so I agreed. We took my friend to the taxi and walked to the car. I slightly stumbled on the way to her car. "Wow, you're pretty drunk, huh?" she said, smiling as she held onto my arm. "Yeah," I said. I don't know why, but I just felt slightly shy and anxious. Everything was happening too easy for me, so it felt really uneasy. We got in her car, we drove down the street. "Want to stop at the liquor store and get some more to drink? I'll buy it, so don't worry about paying," she offered. I didn't want to drink any more than I already did. I was already buzzed and wanted to be able to carry myself through the rest of the night. Sometimes I made myself look stupid when I'm drunk, so I just didn't want to ruin anything with Candace, more than I already did with telling her my friend was too drunk. I told her I was already drunk enough, but she insisted. I didn't want to seem lame, so I told her to get me a pint of liquor with some apple juice to chase it. She went in the store and came out with a lot more than just a pint. I assumed she wanted to drink more also, and that's why she got a fifth instead of a pint. On the car ride, we passed the bottle back and forth, but she took tiny sips. I tried to take tiny sips, but she kept passing me the bottle and telling me to drink. I somehow managed to drink all of my apple juice, and pretended to drink the bottle by spitting the liquor in the apple juice bottle. I tossed the apple juice bottle full of liquor out the window before she saw it. I didn't want her to know I was acting drunker than I actually was. I mean, she believed that I was really sloppily drunk, when in actuality I was only simply a little buzzed. I took a couple more sips of liquor and finished the bottle. Throughout the car ride, I called her the wrong name a couple of times to get a reaction out of her. She didn't react to it. She just kept letting me call her Carla without correcting me. For some reason, I thought she lied to me about her name initially. We drove up to her house. I pretended to trip and stumble into her front door. She helped me walk inside by holding me up. She opened her front door, which was unlocked. We walked in her house. She closed her front door and then locked it. I thought that was strange, but assumed she didn't want anyone walking in on us. I told her that I had to use the bathroom. I walked into her bathroom, locked the door, and looked in the mirror. I felt strange, like something was off. I felt myself becoming more drunk from finishing the bottle earlier. I turned on the sink to make noise and made myself puke up the liquor I drank. I flushed and went to the sink and started drinking the tap water out of my hands to sober up. I didn't want to be drunk, but I still wanted to hook up with Candace, so I wanted to pretend to be drunk. I turned the sink off and could hear her talking to someone. "He's drunk as hell. He can barely stand up. You do it." Who was she talking to? And what did she mean by "you do it"? I walked out of the bathroom and into the living room. The moment I stepped into the living room, I saw her walking into another room. All I could see was the back of her head. That strange, very bright red hair go into another room. I didn't see her face or anything. I just saw her kind of walk fast. The living room was pretty dark. "Hey, where you going?" I slurred like I was drunk. She walked back into the dark living room and up to me. "Let's go to my room," she said. I looked at her bright red hair and then into her eyes. They were different. Her face was different. It was another girl with the same hair. That's when I realized. It was another girl with the same wig on. It was a wig the whole time. She had changed it with the girl from earlier for whatever reason. My heart felt like it stopped, but I tried to look like I had no idea it was a different girl. Kind of smiled at her and told her I just needed to use the bathroom one more time and told her sorry I was so drunk. She said it's fine, just hurry up in there. I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I heard her whisper something to someone again. This time I think I heard a male voice whisper back. I honestly didn't concentrate on listening to exactly what she said. Something sketchy was going on, and I had to get out of that house. I opened the bathroom window, jumped straight out of it, and ran faster than I ever have in my entire life. I didn't look behind me or anything. I just ran through the backyard, jumped the fence, ran through someone else's backyard, hit a road, and ran towards the main road. I kept running down the main road until I saw a 24-hour convenience store I ran into and stood straight in front of the door, in front of the camera. I called a taxi and went home. I tried to think of what happened that night. What was she, or they, planning that night? Why did she tell me a fake name? Why was she trying to get my friend and I so drunk? I thought maybe a robbery, but she kept spending money on us. She kept buying us drinks and even paid for my friend's taxi cab. And mostly, why did she wear a wig that she gave to another girl to wear? Who was she talking to? What did it mean? And what was in that room they tried to lure me into? The next day after this incident, I went back to the house with a couple of friends to see what was going on. Nobody was there. No cars, no people, nothing. Just an empty house. I ended up finding out that the house was a summer rental, and whoever those people were, they broke in and used it for only that night and never came back. So to the people that lied to me and tried to lure me into their bedroom, let's never meet again. I was watching my daughter's kids while she and her husband go out of town. They have a teenage daughter. Let's say her name is Alyssa. At like 3 a.m., I'm woken up by a weird rustling sound and look out the window and see movement. I saw a boy emerge from the bushes on the side of the house. I saw a bike tossed on the lawn that definitely wasn't ours. My first thought was it was a burglar casing houses, but since he looked young and came through on a bike, I figured scaring him straight would be enough for him to decide to head home. Didn't want to ruin a teenager's life by calling the cops straight away. So I went out on the porch, flipped the lights on, and said, "Can I help you?" in my classroom voice. The guy looked surprised but not nervous. He was wearing a Letterman-style jacket, but once I got a clear view of him in the street lights, he seemed much older than my granddaughter. Gruff, a more wiry than athletic. He walked up closer to the house and said, "Yeah, I'm looking for Alyssa." I gave him a disapproving glare, hoping he'd realize he came looking for a girl late at night, and a grumpy old person answered, "It's time to split." I'm thinking what must have happened is Alyssa knew her parents were going out of town, and maybe before she knew I'd be staying over, told a secret older boyfriend to come over. It was late, and I was alone with several kids, so I didn't want him coming in any closer to the house. I also thought it was weird he came so late and wanted to be sure Alyssa actually wanted to talk to him. So I said, "I'm sorry, who?" And he said, "Alyssa. You know, Alyssa last name. This is her house." I thought he knew her full name. They must be at least friends. I said, "You wait here." He started walking up, and I felt a sick burning in my gut. Instinct kicked in. I yelled, "No. Stop. Freeze." Then readjusted and said, "You stay right there. This is private property. Don't take a step closer. Wait there." So I go in, and Alyssa is asleep, just one room over from where the rustling first occurred. and I wake her up and say something to the effect of, "I don't know what the big idea was to have friends over at this time of night, but you tell them to go home." She has no clue what I'm talking about. I say, "There's a guy outside asking for you." Confused, she gets up and goes to the window. She sees him and goes white as a sheet. "He asked for me?" "Yeah." "By name?" "Yes." "Call the police. I've never seen him in my life." I called 911 immediately, but as I was on the phone with them, Alyssa started tugging at my arm. "He's coming up." I had younger kids in the house to think about, so I kept the door latched and pulled it just open enough for the latch, and yelled, "I asked my husband, and none of us know an Alyssa last name. Leave my property or I'm calling 911. He got angry and started yelling for her to come out. Thankfully, the police came pretty quickly, and when he heard the sirens, he grabbed the bike and ran off. I watched where he was running, and he jumped into the passenger side of a car without headlights or front plates and sped off. The police followed in the same direction once I pointed them, but they didn't get him. They advised us to take all her social media details offline, if she was sure she didn't know this person, and said they'd had a couple similar reports recently and were looking into it. I got a heavy-duty lock, and she slept in my room for the remainder of my visit. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside of the suburbs. It seemed like a perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough to not feel isolated. The area had no streetlights, so it was very dark at night, especially if there were clouds blocking the moonlight. It didn't bother me though. It made my little house feel even more quaint on dark nights. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so pulling up to my house, I saw only what my headlights and front porch light illuminated. When I got out of my car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, as I had never smelled that before around the house. I didn't see anyone nearby, so I ignored it and went inside. I had just got off a shift with a few hours of overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 yet, I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I woke up sometime later that I had heard a noise inside my house. I wasn't worried right away, because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. I even gave him a spare key so he could stop by even if I wasn't home. He would always text me to let me know beforehand though, and I hadn't heard my phone go off. I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had sent me a text. The bright light from my phone's screen and number pad blinded me. These were the days before phones had a light sensor that would dim the screen in the dark, and this particular phone was so bright I could use it as a flashlight. Through squinted eyes, I could make out that it was 9-something, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread text or not. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. There were a couple seconds of silence before I heard loud footsteps as someone started running through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. That house had 3 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway, the one I was in, a spare, and a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were both closed, but the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door and into the bathroom. Thank God he did. That gave me enough time to open the attic access and the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had just started to lift myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps run into my room and stop. When they didn't see me in that room, they ran back to the hallway and into the other room, which was just had boxes stacked in the corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. I guess they decided that if someone was hiding, it would be in the bedroom, because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. I was crouched in my attic, just a foot or so away from the access, so I could try to stop them if they started to climb up. From my vantage point, all I could see was from about their knee down. They were wearing dirty blue jeans with frayed cuffs and worn work boots. After a few seconds of looking in the closet, they stepped away and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. The scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. It reminded me far too much of my stepfather, who would scream in a similar way when he lost his temper. He would eventually be put in a mental hospital for several mental disorders that resulted in erratic and violent tendencies. The man in my house ran back downstairs. I heard crashes and clatters as things were thrown around and furniture was knocked over. I stayed crouched in the attic. I had left my cell phone when I ran for the closet, and I wasn't certain I could climb down without him hearing. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and call the police. The first thing I noticed when I exited the closet was the intruder had flipped my bed over, I assume in an attempt to find me. That was the loud noise I heard after he stepped away from my closet. I couldn't find my cell phone, so I went to the landline by the bed and called the police. I waited in my room until I heard them call out from downstairs. The first floor was a mess, but I had expected that. Chairs had been knocked over. The sofa had been flipped. All the books, pictures, and knickknacks I had on my shelf were strewn across the floor. The cupboards in the kitchen had been opened, and all the boxed and canned foods had been thrown to the ground. As far as I could tell, though, the only thing missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked the house from top to bottom. They found that the side door had been forced open by something like a crowbar. They also found a few cigarette butts along my fence line, along with some foil and an empty pen tube, which the police said people often used to smoke meth. So they think he had been watching my house for a while. I realized that he must have been there out smoking when I got home. They collected up the evidence and told me I should stay with family or friends that night and get the door fixed as soon as possible. I opted to just not sleep. I moved a shelf over to block the broken door and spent the next couple hours cleaning things up. I would often go to the window with a flashlight and shine it along the fence line where the police found the cigarette butts and foil, but I didn't see anything. The next day, I called to have the door fixed and motion lights installed on the back and sides of my house. I ran a phone cable up into the attic and added a landline. I never wanted to be stuck up there without a phone again. Nothing else happened at that house, though. I lived there another 3 years without an incident. One more precaution I took was practicing getting out of my bed, going to my closet, and climbing into the attic as quickly and quietly as possible. I even kept at it when I moved, except now I go into a crawl space at the back of the closet instead of the attic. I try not to think about what would have happened if I had been a bit slower getting to the attic, or if he hadn't gone to the bathroom at the end of the hall first. But to the guy that broke into my house and tore everything up, let's not meet. This happened maybe 10 years ago when I was in my early 30s. I was standing in line at the local pharmacy to get my prescriptions. This is a small town and I'm a regular there, so they know me on sight. I was behind a couple of other people in line, and there were a couple of people behind me. I kept feeling a tickle in my hair at the back of my head, but every time I looked behind me, the guy there was a few steps back and looking at the floor. This happened several times by the time I was at the front of the line. The pharmacist told me she wanted to talk to me about my medication in the consultation room that they had at the back. I thought this was weird because we both knew I had been on this medication for years and would be for life. It was nothing new. I get back to the room and close the door, and she comes in from the door at the other side that leads from the pharmacy. She told me that the man behind me had been stepping forward, sticking his nose in my hair and smelling, before stepping back and looking at the floor. This shook me up pretty badly, as this is such weird behavior, especially in my little town. The pharmacy staff insisted on having me wait there until the guy was distracted, and they had a security guard walk me to my car and watch me drive off to make sure that I was gone before Mr. Hair Sniffer came out and saw what I was driving and in what direction I was going. I still use this pharmacy, and some of the same people still work there, and I will always be grateful that they took the initiative to make sure that I was safe that day. This is a story that I've wanted to tell for a long time. Yes, it's very long. It's as long as it needs to be to say what I need to say. This took place between 1995 and 2002. Everyone has had a bad friend or two. I had an epically bad friend. If I hadn't happened to me, I would never have known that this strange mental disorder was real, or that people could behave this way outside of a Lifetime channel movie. I grew up in northern Indiana, went to a large high school in the mid-90s. In my senior year, I met another student named Hannah, who had recently transferred from the main Catholic high school in the area. That was unusual to transition so late from private to public school. Hannah said she had been expelled because of a fight with another student over some drama about a boy. She said the other girl had made allegations against her and accused her of attacking her. Whatever had happened, the police had been contacted and she had a restraining order put in place by the other girl. It had forced her expulsion, and that was how I came to meet her. Hannah said none of it was true. She said she never tried to hurt her. Later, I went to college in Indiana. She went to college in Florida. One day, a friend of mine from the dorms ran into a guy she had known from the Catholic school back in my hometown. Once he left, she told me about this incident that happened to him where these two girls were fighting over him about which one was his girlfriend. Neither of them was dating him, and yet both of these girls thought that they were in a secret relationship with him. The whole thing had been very strange. Then, she said one of them was a girl named Hannah. The next summer, I was back in my hometown, and Hannah was there also. I hung out with her casually. I told her what I had heard about her. She said she would tell me what really happened. She had a crush on this boy, but she had seen him talk to another girl named Julie, and she became jealous. She said she was convinced that this boy Mike wanted to be her boyfriend. She was sure that Julie must have said something bad about her. Hannah said Julie was popular and pretty and a cheerleader, and she hated everything about her, so she decided she would try to see if she could push her to commit suicide. Hannah said it hadn't worked out, but that she had a nervous breakdown. I asked her what she had done. We went back to Hannah's house. Up in her bedroom, she pulled something out of the back of her closet. It was a set of books. One was a book on how to use dirty tricks to get revenge on people, and another was a book with a cartoon character in the front pulling their hair out, and it said in big letters, gaslighting. I know it's a common phrase now, but back in 1995 I had never heard of it. I asked Hannah what the book was about, and she said it was about how to drive someone crazy. She said it was simple. You just make them believe that things aren't really true, or that things that they think are real never happened. She told me what she really did to Julie just a couple years back in high school. She had pretended to be friends with her. She got her phone number, and then she started making these anonymous phone calls to her. This would have been way before cell phones were common. She had a friend from her church who had a crush on her, and she would trade sexual favors with him in exchange for him pretending to be Mike on the phone. He would get a blowjob for every time he did this for Hannah. Fake Mike would tell Julie not to talk in school, so that they could keep things private. Hannah would put notes in her locker and sign Mike's name to them. Fake Mike would make plans to meet Julie at the mall or the movies and then never show up. Sounds very stupid, but they would have been about 14 or 15-year-old girls when this happened. Hannah said she had done something really embarrassing, but that it had worked. She had a mixtape, and she would whisper nasty little phrases like, "You want to die," or "You should kill yourself" between songs. And Hannah played it in her bedroom when Julie was over. Obviously, she commented on it, and Hannah sat there with a straight face and said she didn't hear anything, and had no idea what she was talking about. She had set it up with her brother earlier, and had asked him to help her play a prank on her friend. She came into her bedroom and said he couldn't hear anything, and turned around and told Julie that she must be crazy and hearing things. Julie's parents decided to confront this boy and his family about his behavior towards their daughter. He had no idea what was going on. Because her parents had confronted this boy about something he was never doing, Julie had been publicly humiliated at her high school, and everyone was talking about how she was crazy. Hannah loved every bit of it, until Julie's parents got her phone bill and decided to give it a good look. Mike had not been calling their house, but somebody had been. They had numerous anonymous phone calls, They checked it out and found out that they were all coming from Hannah's home phone number. Julie confronted Hannah about it at school, and that was when something violent happened between the two of them in the stairwell. Julie said Hannah had started screaming at her that Mike was her secret boyfriend. Hannah was very angry about that. She said Julie made up that part to try to get back at her and embarrass her for what she had done. She said Julie was exaggerating about what had happened in the stairwell, and it was actually an accident. She said she never tried to push her over the railing. She had merely bumped into her. Hannah wasn't embarrassed about it. She was proud of it. The only thing that upset her was that she had been caught. But she said that most of the people at the Catholic school still thought that Julie was crazy, so she considered it something of a victory. Hannah didn't have anything to say in her defense, just that when she liked a boy, she would do anything to be with him. That summer, Hannah started dating a guy named Derek. Every time I saw her, she told me tales about their wild and crazy sex life and how much he was in love with her. Hannah said it was a secret affair, and they were sneaking around behind his girlfriend's back. We saw him once at a party, and he screamed at Hannah to stay away from him and leave him with his girl alone. Someone had been making up strange, anonymous phone calls to him and his girlfriend. He paid to have the number traced back and found out it was actually Hannah. Hannah admitted that she was trying to break them up because he was taking too long to do it himself, but that she had overplayed it and now he's angry and broken things off with her. She was depressed after Derek, so I took her out to a bar. Hannah started flirting with this much older guy in his 40s who was sitting by himself. She had recently purchased a cell phone. This would have been around 1996 or 97, when they were still kind of new and novel. The next thing I knew, she had his phone out, and I thought she was giving this old guy her phone number. Instead, he asked her what she wanted him to say. She typed a phone number in, handed the guy her phone, and he made disgusting comments to whoever answered about how he was having sex with this guy's girlfriend and commenting on what a whore she was. He hung up and started laughing and handing the phone back to Hannah. Hannah gave him a $20 bill, said the girl was a bitch and deserved it for stealing her boyfriend. She was paying complete strangers to anonymously call people she hated on her cell phone and recite some prearranged script to spread rumors about them. I ran into a mutual friend later in the summer and mentioned that Derek had broken things off with Hannah. She gave me a very funny look and said that maybe there had never been any relationship to break off. A year later, we were both temporarily living back with our parents and sort of adrift. Hannah had been kicked out over her dorm and an accusation made by another student and never completed her degree. She had started hanging out with some old friends from high school. One of those former high school friends was a young woman named Kelly, who Hannah had been pretty good friends with. Something had happened between the two of them, because Hannah went on and on about how much she hated her. It had something to do with Kelly's new boyfriend, Dan. Hannah insisted she was using him to some bizarre plot to make another man jealous and was worried that she would hurt him because she had found out about an STD that she had. I drove by her house one night, and there were 2 police cars out front. I went home and called her, and she said she couldn't talk. I went over and saw her the next day. I thought that their parents had been robbed or something. No, the police had been there to talk to her about an incident that had been reported. Hannah was upset. She said that she had to tell the police that she smoked weed and had gotten high because Kelly had made an accusation against her. Hannah said it was an accident and misunderstanding. Hannah swore she hadn't been trying to hurt her. The day after Hannah told me about how much she hated Kelly, apparently she had called her up and said she wanted to talk to her about something. She and another friend had shown up, and the 3 of them had just gone to the local overlook to smoke a joint. The other girl waited down below for the 2 of them to talk privately. Hannah had asked Kelly to look at something, and when she turned her back, Kelly said Hannah grabbed her and tried to push her off the ledge. They were about 100 feet up in the air, and she would most likely have been killed by the fall. Kelly said they fought back and forth. She regained her balance and took off screaming about what Kelly had tried to do. Hannah said it was all a misunderstanding, an accident. She had been trying to show her something, but then she had lost her balance because she was high from the marijuana and had grabbed Kelly to stabilize herself, not push her over the ledge. She said Kelly had almost fallen off because she had physically overreacted. Kelly had been very upset and insisted that Hannah had done it on purpose, and she said that it was because she was jealous over her relationship with Dan. She said it was obvious to everyone that Hannah was obsessed with him. What Kelly had not done, however, was tell the police that they had smoked a joint right before this happened, and when Hannah did, the police said that they didn't have enough evidence for any kind of case. They weren't happy with Kelly for omitting that part of the account. That was it for Hannah and most of her high school friends, or at least for a couple of years. Kelly stuck to her version of what happened, and her friends sided with her. People began talking about the strange rumors that had followed Hannah around since high school. I thought it was suspicious, but I couldn't bring myself to believe that she ever tried to kill another woman. I thought that sort of thing only happened in the movies, not in small towns in Indiana. I did not, however, want to be friends with her. She was an embarrassment to be around. She had almost no friends left in town at that point. She called me up to tell me that she had decided she needed to change, and she was going to pursue a different career and move to Minneapolis to make that happen. She moved in 1998, and I honestly thought that I would never see her again. I wish that I hadn't. She called me about a year and a half later. She said she was doing really well and that the move had been good for her. She said that she had made friends, she had met a boy and was completely in love. She said that this was the guy that she was going to marry. His name was Dan, and she told me that he was the guy that had gotten her interested in punk rock and heroin. I kind of paused when she said that. I wasn't any kind of angel in my 20s, but I never dabbled in hard stuff like that, and it didn't sound very good. Hannah insisted that it wasn't a habit. She said it was amazing and easy to control as long as you were careful. This was a complete change in lifestyle and scene. Before this, she had been something of a hippie chick, but that was all gone now. At that point, her life revolved around hair, punk rock, heroin, and Dan. She wanted to come back for a visit. She went to the mall and she stopped at a kiosk and said she wanted to buy a cell phone. She lived 8 hours away in a completely different state with a completely different area code. We got into a small argument about it. Back in 2000, cell phones were purchased and billed from your local area code, and you paid through the nose if you were roaming. Hannah said to just drop it because she had done her research and it would be fine. She bought the phone and listed her boyfriend Dan as the main user on the registration. She left and I noticed she had left her curling iron behind. I thought I would surprise her by calling her new cell phone. She had set it up at my house, and I got the number from the caller ID. No one picked up. Instead, I went to an answering machine for Dan. The same Dan that had been dating Kelly years earlier, and the same Dan that Hannah had been accused of being obsessed with. There was no doubt about who it was. I hung up, and I wondered why she had lied to me about who her boyfriend really was. A couple of minutes later, Hannah called me back on her original cell phone. She played it off as a coincidence that I had just called that other number. She said she had run into hometown Dan and his friends, and he had lost his phone, so Hannah had done him a favor and given him the one that she had only just purchased. I said how strange it was that she would buy a phone for her boyfriend Dan, only to run into someone else with the same name and give it to him away instead. Dan's real name is very common. Probably one of the most common names for men of my generation, and Hannah joked about how many different people she knew with that exact same name. A couple of months later, she called. She wanted to visit again in the summer. No matter what she said about being in control of the heroin use, it was very obvious it had become a full-fledged habit. Things had taken a turn in her life. Her boyfriend Dan moved to Chicago. Hannah said that he was still in love with her and they were still together, but that something had happened with his ex-girlfriend, and they were taking a break, and only seeing one another privately. Hannah said he was trying to protect her. According to Hannah, his ex-girlfriend had refused to accept their breakup, and had been stalking Dan for months. It was one of the reasons that he had to move. She had taken an overdose of heroin, and tried to commit suicide when she found out that Hannah and Dan were together. That was the reason that they had decided to keep their relationship a secret. That was why Hannah was really in town. She was going to be coming later to join her, and they had set up a get-together. I wanted to meet him, but Hannah said he wouldn't act like her boyfriend when other people were around. I started to question her. She got angry and said she wouldn't let me meet him because I wouldn't understand their relationship. We got into a fight. I ordered her out of my house and made it clear that I wanted nothing to do with her. Her mother called me about a year later. She said that Hannah was living with them in Atlanta because something very bad had happened in Minneapolis. Hannah didn't have any friends left. Her mother straight up begged me to please forgive her so she can have someone to talk to. She said Hannah had spent 3 months in rehab and was off the heroin, but emotionally not doing well. She said she had to make a trip to Minneapolis to take care of some things and pick up some of her stuff. Her mother was worried that being back there and around her old friends would trigger her to want to use again. She said it was very important that Hannah not relapse. If she did, the consequences would be severe. She wanted me to go with her, so I said I would. Hannah wouldn't tell me what happened. She just said that someone had almost died and it had been an accident, but it had still been her fault. She drove into town to pick me up for our trip up to Minneapolis, but said we had to stop somewhere first. We went to an old bar downtown that we used to hang out in when we lived in town. She said she had to meet up with someone. Some young woman walked in, and Hannah walked over to her, hugged her, and started crying. She was apologizing all over the place and kept telling her that she needed her to realize that it had been an accident. The woman said she forgave her, but that her life had been difficult since what happened, and she couldn't have anything to do with Hannah anymore and could no longer be friends with her. Hannah asked if she had ever spoken to her ex-boyfriend, had a chance to work things out with him. She said no. He was so mad at her that he refused to talk to her. Hannah said he had a new cell phone, and she gave her the number just in case she changed her mind and wanted to get a hold of him. She left. I was sitting there totally confused by what I just witnessed. I was really uncomfortable with what I had heard. I asked Hannah if the ex-boyfriend she was talking about was Hometown Dan. She said no, someone else that I had never met. Hannah said she and her Dan had broken up because he was still using heroin, and she said that it was too painful to talk about him. She said it was so painful that when we got to Minneapolis, to please not bring him up. She said her friends knew not to mention him around her, and she asked me not to as well. We got to Minneapolis, and the young women we were staying with turned out to be one of Hannah's former roommates. That is, when I found out what really happened, and what Hannah had been refusing to talk about. Turns out, that girl from the bar had been the other roommate, the one that had almost died because of something that Hannah did. We settled in, and Hannah said that she could explain what happened a year ago. A year ago. That was the first time I realized that this had happened much longer in the past than I thought. The former roommate said that she was happy that Hannah was clean, but she needed her to explain why she tried to kill the other girl. Those were her words. She wasn't calling it an accident. She said she was there. She saw it, and Hannah had done that to her on purpose, and she wanted to know why. This is what she described. Hannah had a friend from Indiana that had broken up with her boyfriend Dan after Hannah had told her that she found out he was cheating on her and had gotten another woman pregnant. Hannah invited her to live with her up in Minneapolis to get away from him and to start over. She had no idea that Hannah was a heroin user. She didn't like Minneapolis. She had experienced a run of bad luck the couple of weeks she had been there, and even though Hannah kept trying to convince her to stick it out to see if she would like it, she had decided that she was going to leave and go back home. She regretted her breakup with Dan. She wanted to talk to him and see if they could work through it. They had been together for almost 2 years. She was worried because she had lost touch with him. Hannah had been able to track down his phone number for her through some mutual friends, but no matter how many times she called or how much she begged, he refused to answer her calls or call her back when she left messages. She was upset and told Hannah that she was going to stop by his apartment to see him on her way back to Indiana. She was supposed to be leaving within a day. Hannah kept insisting that she would like heroin if she would just try a little bit, and had been pressuring her to try hard to join in with everyone else. The roommate was angry about that. She said Hannah knew she was scared and didn't even want to try it. Hannah had promised her that she would be safe, and promised her that it would be a small dose. Hannah said she knew what she was doing. She gave in. Hannah bought the heroin, and she bought a lot more than normal, which she said was for a party later. She prepared the needles and said she had just needed a small amount. Instead, she had used all that she had bought, which turned out to be way more than was necessary to kill all of them. Hannah had given the girl the injection, and she slumped over immediately and stopped breathing. Hannah had then moved on the other roommate and told her everything was fine in the room and that she was enjoying herself. She tried to convince her to take her dose, but she wanted to check on the other girl first. Hannah walked over and had an imaginary conversation with the young woman who was completely unconscious and tried to convince the other roommate that she was fine. She went to check on her herself and immediately saw that she wasn't even breathing. Panicked and started screaming at Hannah about why she was lying. She ran for the phone. Hannah ran after her. She dialed 911. Hannah grabbed the phone and hung it up. They called back, and she said it had been a mistake and they were fine. Hannah wouldn't let her near the phone and kept trying to tell her that she was being hysterical and that everything was okay. Hannah tried to pin her down and force the needle on her, and she fought back and ran out of the apartment and down the hall to a neighbor's. The neighbors were able to call 911. When the paramedics got there, the girl was clinically dead. They worked on her and got a heartbeat and transferred her to a local hospital in a comatose state. She lived, but for a while, it wasn't clear if she would pull through. Hannah told the police she didn't know why she had done it. After talking with a lawyer, she said it was because of heroin psychosis and that she had been temporarily insane at the time. She agreed to a long-term rehab stay and a year of drug testing and probation. After that, the charges against her were dropped. That had been the reason that it was so important Hannah did not relapse. She would have been looking at prison time, and a lot of it. Hannah said that it had been a strange, temporary hallucination that had caused her behavior, and that she had never meant to hurt her, and the whole thing had been an accident and a misunderstanding. The same excuse she always used. I'm going to spell this out, since the morons who work for the Minneapolis Police Department were too stupid to realize this 20 years ago. Hannah was obsessed with this girl's boyfriend, Dan. She had been obsessed with him for years. She had developed a detailed and deranged fantasy that the two of them were in a secret relationship together because she has a peculiar and somewhat rare psychiatric condition called erotomania, or de Clerambault syndrome. She believed that this young woman was standing in the way of their romance, so she integrated herself to her and pretended to be her friend so that she could find a way to get close enough to her to get her out of the way. She successfully managed to spread rumors and interfere in their relationship enough that the two of them broke up, and then Hannah invited this young woman to Minneapolis to isolate her from her other friends and control what information she had access to. This was in the year of 2000. We didn't have text messages or Facebook back then for keeping in touch with people. She lulled her into a false sense of friendship and security so that she could manipulate her and get close enough to her to hurt her. When she realized she was still in love with Dan and wanted to talk to him, Hannah realized that they would eventually find out that the rumors she had been told were not true and that Hannah was the source. She purchased a cell phone in Indiana and made a recording of Dan's answering machine message so that she could impersonate him on the phone, and so the young woman would believe she was in contact with him. She never knew that Dan never received the messages. Hannah was using that to spy on her. When she said she was going to go back home and show up to see if Dan would talk to her in person, Hannah knew that meant she would find out she had given her a fake phone number, and that she had gone to extreme lengths to prevent her from speaking to him. And it would have been obvious why. She tried to talk her into trying heroin because she planned on killing her and her other roommate, because that would be a good way to make it appear to be an accident. Hannah was about to have her obsessions with Dan, her delusional beliefs about him, and her bizarre mental disorder exposed, and she knew that. She knew for at least a day or more before the incident, which is why it's clear that her actions were premeditated, because her motive was. All of this would have been remarkably easy to figure out if the police had contacted Dan, and if they had taken a look at Hannah's phone records. Phone harassment has always been her favorite hobby. Instead, They just treated it like the other 999 overdoses that they have to respond to every month, and gave Hannah the old rehab or prison option. Since her family could afford a lawyer and a 3-month rehab stay, that was the option she took. The police never investigated her for anything, never contacted Dan at the center of this, and never took any serious look into her background. It wasn't an accident. It was an attempted murder, and a pretty easy one to prove at that. Instead, the police totally dropped the ball, and because of their incompetence, she was allowed to completely get away with it. By the way, just in case any idiots who work for the Minneapolis Police Department ever read this, there's no statute of limitations on first-degree attempted murder. At the time, I didn't know any of this. I was trying to act as a support system for a former friend who was suicidal, on the cusp of a heroin relapse. I was suspicious, but anytime I asked Hannah questions, she just said it was too painful to talk about, or would guilt-trip me about not respecting her boundaries. She had sworn to me that this young woman had never been in any relationship with the Dan from our hometown that she had known years earlier. I returned to Indiana, and Hannah returned to her parents' house in Atlanta, and I didn't talk to her for a while. She called later and wanted to visit her old hometown again. Once again, I let her stay with me. We ran into Dan. He had moved to Chicago, but just happened to be back in town that exact weekend. I hadn't seen him in years. Hannah had contacted him to get together. She spent the whole afternoon trying to pull him aside and talk to him, but instead, he made it clear that he had only shown up because he wanted to see me. He had broken up with Kelly years earlier, but I thought he had a long-time girlfriend since then. Dan said that she had left him a year ago and just disappeared. He had called her repeatedly, but she had completely cut him off. He was nice to me, he was handsome, and he was a lot of fun to be around, and he asked me out. We made plans to meet up the next day. I saw him at a bar, and he turned around and walked out the door, wouldn't even look at me. I was upset and confused. Hannah was super sympathetic. She apologized for not telling me what he was like, and said he had this weird thing with lying to girls and playing with their emotions by pretending to like them. It wasn't like I had never been lied to by a boy before, but this felt strange. A week later, my student loan came through and I decided to go back to college and finish my degree. I moved a couple hours away. The first person that called me was Hannah. Once again, she wanted to come visit me. She insisted that she had gone out and got me a surprise, and she needed to give it to me in person. She said she had something really important to talk to me about, and she said that it would sound weird, but she asked me to promise her that I wouldn't tell anyone she was coming to see me. I humored her. She showed up at my apartment, and when she walked in, the first thing she asked me was if I had told anyone she would be here. At first, I said no. She said that she had something for me and reached into her purse. She paused and said that she just wanted to make sure that no one knew she was here. I was frustrated, and I kind of offhand said that no one besides my mom and best friend. Hannah got furious. She was angry that I told anyone she would be there and refused to show me what she had bought as a surprise for me. She went and locked it in her glove compartment because she said she didn't want me to snoop into her stuff and find it. She kept saying she wanted to talk about something, but the time wasn't right. She decided to go home a whole day early. Then, one day a couple of weeks later, out of the blue, she just showed up on my doorstep one evening. I was on the phone with my best friend, who, by the way, went to the same Catholic high school as Hannah, and while not close friends with her, knew who she was. I was talking to her when I saw Hannah walk up on my front door. It was an 8-hour drive from Atlanta to Indiana. I got up and opened the door, and I still had the phone up to my ear. When I opened it, Hannah had her head down, and she had one hand inside her purse. I said her name, and she looked up at me and pulled something purple from her purse. She saw I was on the phone and swiveled around and put whatever she had been holding in her hand back in her bag. She was acting very strange, and she was shaking, and I was worried. I asked her to come inside. At that point, I was convinced that she was back on heroin, and that had been the secret she was trying to talk to me about for months. She said that she was upset about a boy and needed to talk to me. She said she had something that she wanted to show me, and she reached into her purse and pulled out a handgun. It was purple and black revolver, and I realized from the color that it was what she had pulled out of her purse when I had first answered the door. She said she had been checking to make sure the safety was on, and I was lucky that she hadn't accidentally shot me because I had startled her. She said the gun was because she was back on heroin and scared of the part of town she had to go in order to buy it. I didn't know it back then, but revolvers don't have safeties. She told me about a musician in Atlanta that she had met, and she was frustrated because she had a girlfriend and she hadn't been able to find a way to get him to pay attention to her. She wanted me to tell her what I had done to Dan so she could use it on this guy. She told me he was still talking about me months later, and she wanted to know why he was still interested, even though we hadn't talked since the previous summer. From my point of view, he wasn't. He had ghosted me months earlier. Hannah kept insisting that I must have done something to him. It was like she was implying that I had hypnotized him or something ludicrous, and she wanted me to tell her. I clearly explained that I hadn't done anything, when he had ignored me and never returned my phone calls after I tried calling him. She cried and drank for a couple of hours, then turned around and drove 8 hours back to Atlanta in the middle of the night. Just for the record, Hannah was the one who gave me Dan's phone number. After this, something very strange seemed to get into motion. I got a phone call from an anonymous number. When I answered it, it was Hannah, who said someone wanted to talk to me. She flipped me over to a three-way call with someone else. It was Dan's roommate and best friend in Chicago. He started screaming at me, asking me why I was playing games with Dan and messing with him. He said he was going out of his mind, and I needed to call him back and stop whatever it was that I had been doing to him. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. Dan had never called me, and I tried to call him, and then we were disconnected. Then, another anonymous call that was really Hannah with another three-way call, and another group of boys who started yelling at me and telling me they would kill me for what I had done to Dan. Then another disconnected line before I could ask them what they were talking about. Then I called Hannah to find out what the hell was going on. It was the craziest and most disturbing conversation I've ever had with another person. At first, she just kept saying that I had hurt Dan, and I could not ever talk to him again or have any contact with him. None of it made any sense, since this was about a guy that had refused to return any of my phone calls and had ignored me for months. Hannah started getting very upset and kept saying that I knew what I had done. I just wouldn't admit it. She said that Dan hated me and never wanted anything to do with me, but that I was doing things to him to make him say and pretend that he liked me instead of her. I had no idea what the hell was going on. She said that Dan was her secret boyfriend and that he was in love with her and had been in love with her for years. She said that the two of them had been together since they were teenagers and that I knew it, but I was pretending not to. I asked her how she could have been his girlfriend when I knew of other girls that he had dated. She started screeching like those weren't real relationships. He was only pretending to like them. When he started talking to them, he was really talking about her, but other people kept doing things to him so that he couldn't tell her directly how he felt, but she knew. She insisted that he found ways to let her know that he was really thinking about her. She said that all of his friends respected their privacy, which was why they would play along when he pretended he was dating other people. She kept insisting that he was in love with her and no one else. She said she was sick of people pretending to be her friend and then stabbing her in the back by going after her boyfriend. And she said she would not put up with anyone coming between them, and she would not let anyone hurt him. She said I was forcing him to forget how he really felt, and that it hurt him not to be with her, and she wouldn't let me hurt him. I realized she wasn't making any sense and that she was totally psychotic. I told her to never contact me again, and I hung up. All I could think about was how she pulled a gun out of her purse the last time she shown up at my apartment by surprise. She had given a fatal overdose of heroin to another woman, and had been accused by another of luring them to a ledge and trying to push her off. The one thing we all had in common was Dan. I called the number that I had for Dan. It was disconnected. I thought about that weird situation with the cell phone she had purchased a couple of years earlier. I found that old number in my address book and called it, except this time, it wasn't Dan's voice on the answering machine. It was mine. The psycho bitch had made a recording of my voicemail and had put it on a cell phone that she owned, and once I discovered that pretty much everything fell clearly into place, that was what had happened to that girl in Minneapolis. And that was why Dan had spent the last several months thinking he was contacting me. There was no relationship with Dan. It was all in Hannah's head, and she was frantically trying to keep other women away from him to protect her fantasy from imploding. Hannah is psychotic. It's a mental disorder called erotomania, and it's the fixed delusional belief that another person is secretly in love with you. Not everyone who has it will be violent, but some people are. In some cases, other people are used in strange psychotic dramas and vicious smear campaigns that are aimed at trying to rearrange reality so that it conforms with the delusions inside of their head. The people that are perceived as standing in their way can be the victims of extreme violence. Hannah showed up the next day at my apartment screaming at me to let her in. I wouldn't, and I was getting ready to call the police when she started crying and saying that Dan killed himself and that she walked away, and that was the last time that I had ever saw her. I spoke to my parents, who told me that I had received several phone calls to their house from people letting me know the same thing. I changed my number to keep her from contacting me. I contacted the police in Indiana, who said if she showed up again, that they could arrest her for felony intimidation, but not for anything she had done months earlier. I contacted the police in Minneapolis, but I knew very little information, only Hannah's name, not where or when it had happened. I asked repeatedly to please allow me to speak to someone, but the woman on the phone said that they weren't interested in talking to me. I moved so she wouldn't know where I lived. I cut myself off from anyone in my hometown who I thought might know her, so nothing could ever get back to her about where I lived. The last I heard from her, she was stalking some new guy down in Atlanta. I would have been more than happy to meet the bitch in a courtroom, but unfortunately, the law is nothing like you see on TV. So, unless I ever have the privilege of sitting in on her sentencing hearing, Hannah from Indiana, let's not meet again. One day, when I was an elementary schooler, I think probably 3rd or 4th grade, I was awoken by my mom in a rush. She had overslept, and since she always woke me up in the morning, this meant that I too overslept, and now there was just no way that I was going to be ready for school early enough to get on the school bus. If I remember correctly, school started at around 8 a.m., and my bus pickup time was 7 a.m., but it was already like 6:40 or something like that. But I was still in my pajamas and hadn't even had breakfast yet. So Mom decided that today we would just tell the bus driver to go on ahead, and she would take me to school, which would give me plenty of time to get ready. So I'm sitting there at the dining room table eating breakfast, still in my pajamas, and it's now 6:50. We hear the school bus pull up about 10 minutes earlier than usual. My mom peeks her head out of the door into the foggy morning and waves the bus on. She closes the door and comes back inside, but the bus doesn't pull away. There's a knock at the door. Mom opens it to find a man in a bus driver uniform. He explains that he's a substitute driver because the regular driver called in sick. He says he knows he's a few minutes early, since he wanted to get an early start on the route since he didn't know it well. Mom explains to him that she was going to take me to school since we woke up late. He gets visibly upset and says that he can wait a few minutes since he's already running ahead of schedule. My mom insists that no, I won't be ready to go in a few minutes, and tells him to go on ahead. He seemed angry about this, but just turned around, got back in the bus, and left. I returned to eating my breakfast, and still don't have my school clothes on at this point. But at 7 a.m. sharp, another bus pulls up to my house. Mom thinks it's weird, and goes outside to talk to them. She comes back, and she's looking terrified, but doesn't really say anything about it, and tells me to finish getting ready for school. At the time, I didn't know what happened, but Mom would end up telling me a few years later. When she went to this second bus, she found out that it was being driven by my regular bus driver, and it was full of all the other kids that are usually on the route. The other bus was empty, by the way. Mom asks the driver about the substitute driver, and about him calling in sick. I never called in sick. There's no substitute driver on my route today, he says. The driver immediately called dispatch in a panic and told my mom to go inside and call the police. which she did without me knowing, and report this incident. There was absolutely no one doing my driver's route that day. Whoever this was most likely a kidnapper who had targeted me. I had never heard anything about it again, not even if someone else had ended up being picked up by this mysterious fake bus driver. But chances are, had I gotten on that bus, I would have never made it to school or back home. And if Mom hadn't overslept on that specific day, I would have been on that bus. After high school many years ago, I was in a bad place. My guardian had kicked me out after graduation. She didn't help me find a place to stay, so I lived in my car for a couple months. I met some heavy metal dudes at work one day. I had seen them around town, and all my other friends knew who they were. Everyone loved them. We became friends over a couple months, and they offered for me to come live with them. I agreed. Looking back now, I wish that I had just stayed in my car. My main two roommates were brothers, named Andrew and Seth. They were in a band. They also believed in the occult and anything of that sort. I never really believed in that stuff, but I'm not one to tell someone what they should believe. They had let me live with them, rent-free for several months, so who was I to complain? Being the only female in a house full of young men, I was always looking over my shoulder. You never know who you can trust. Turns out, I was right to worry. Over time, their friends started to stay with us for longer periods of time, sometimes weeks. Their friends were another group of brothers that they had gone to school with. There were 5 brothers in total, but only 2 stayed with us consistently. The younger brother, Mark, was very polite. He cleaned up after himself and always helped with the household chores. The other brother, Adam, had a laundry list of mental problems. He was apparently done some bad drugs back in the day, and had developed into what seemed like psychosis of the religious sort. He had done time in prison for assaulting a woman with a Bible. He would often look you in the eyes and tell you he could see how you would die. Once, he told me that I was possessed by a demon and that I needed my soul cleansed. Everyone in the house knew that he had these problems, but he was their friend. They helped him through the hard times and gave him a place to stay. Otherwise, he would be on the streets. I was always on guard around him, after the things that he told me. No one else seemed to be as concerned as I was, but they should have been. One day, I was sleeping and my phone rang. It was my boss. He asked if I could come into work an hour early. It was only 12 p.m. I was broke and had nothing better to do, so I said yes. I got up and began getting ready to leave. I walked out of the living room to see Mark and Andrew sitting on the couch, while Adam sat on the floor by the TV. He was watching scripture videos on YouTube, some real end-of-days shit. That was fairly common, so I went about my business. I said goodbye and left for work. My shift at work was almost complete when the phone rang. My boss answered, handed the phone to me, and said, "It's for you." I was just a cashier, so I assumed it was a friend that couldn't reach me on my phone. I answered the phone and heard a man's voice that I didn't recognize. "Hi, this is Detective Williams. Something happened at your apartment today and we need you to come to the station to talk about it." I left work immediately. I had assumed one of the brothers had been arrested for drug dealing or something. Boy, was I wrong. I got to the station and was buzzed in. An officer escorted me to a small cold room with a camera. He gave me a bottle of water and left me by myself for about 30 minutes. My mind was racing, thinking about what could have happened. He came back in and informed me that Adam had stabbed and killed Andrew at around 1 p.m. I was shocked. I had just left the house an hour before it happened, and everything seemed fine. I asked if there had been a fight. The detective informed me that there hadn't been a fight, and it seemed to have happened out of nowhere. I gave my statement to police and left with nowhere to go, still in shock and confused out of my mind. Our apartment was a crime scene, so I went to another friend's house to watch the news report, since the police wouldn't give me any information on the case. Over the next couple of days, the information slowly began to be released. Adam hadn't just stabbed Andrew once. not even twice, but he stabbed him over and over and over and nearly decapitated him. After the murder, he ran down the road, still holding the murder weapon. He called 911 and informed him what he had done. I watched the news report in horror. He had known he was unstable, but this? He had fully confessed to the brutal murder and provided police with his notebooks. He had apparently been planning to murder all of his brothers, my roommates, and even me. He thought we were possessed by demons and that this was the only way to free us. Luckily, none of his other intended victims were there that day. Mark unfortunately witnessed the murder, but luckily he was able to escape. If I hadn't gotten that call from my boss, I wouldn't be alive today. So to the man who brutally murdered my friend and wanted to murder me, let's never meet again. At the time of this story, I was 13 years old and on vacation with my parents in Turkey. We were in an all-inclusive hotel and enjoying the holiday. The hotel was full of tourists from different countries. There was this one guy, around 20, who was staring at me for some time. I felt uncomfortable and asked him how he was doing. Wrong choice. The next few days, everywhere where I was, he also suddenly appeared. Not flirting, just lurking for hours and watching me. He had a really strange vibe around him, and I felt I shouldn't be alone with him. Now, I was still young, so my parents didn't want to leave me alone in a foreign country, so he couldn't bother me. But one night, there was entertainment in the hotel, which became boring to me after some time. I told my parents I wanted to go to my own hotel room, and I would see them in the morning. I left and walked to the elevator. What I didn't know was that the guy who was watching me for days saw me leaving and followed me. When I saw him also coming in, I was in great fear. He looked at me silently with a sinister smile. This is it, I thought. I was about to be raped, assaulted, or maybe even worse. And just before the doors of the elevator were closing, someone stuck his boot between it in order to prevent the doors from closing. I'm not kidding. All I could see was a boot. The doors opened and it was my dad. He saw that creepy guy was leaving at the exact same time I had left and didn't trust it. He looked the guy in the eye and said hello. My dad took me to my hotel room. To this day, I am so glad for the rescue because I don't know what would have happened if my dad hadn't been there. So to the creepy guy from Turkey that followed me around when I was 13 years old, let's never meet again. I'm a girl. My mom was a horrible addict. She barely took care of me as a kid. At the time of this incident, I was around 6 or 7 years old, so my awareness and understanding of things happening may not totally make much sense. This also happened in the 1990s. One night, my mother and I were on a car ride. I wasn't sure where we were driving, but it was late at night. I'm not sure what time it was, but I assume it was really late because there weren't many cars on the street, and I was sleeping in the back seat. I don't ever remember getting into the car. My mom drove up to some sketchy houses and left me in the car for what felt like forever. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and someone violently grabbed me by my arm and yanked me out of the car. I started screaming and crying until the man that grabbed me looked me in the eyes and said, "Be quiet, and don't try to run, or I'll kill you." He had a scruffy beard and looked like a madman. I was scared to death, so I listened. He held me tight by my arm, shut the car door, and walked with me down the street. I looked back at the house my mom was in, hoping that my mom would come out at the last second and save me. I looked at the house as long as I could as the man dragged me further and further away. As we walked down the street, I wanted to cry, but I was in shock and in fear. I didn't know what to do. If I sniffled or cried, the man would tighten his grip and yell at me. I can't even explain how scared and confused I was. We walked for a little while and ended up in the projects. The projects were a bunch of buildings crammed together in a shitty neighborhood. We walked into one of the buildings and walked up a flight of stairs. My legs and feet hurt like hell, but I was too scared to stop moving or complain. We walked up another flight of stairs when I saw some random guy smoking a cigarette in the stairway. Then, without warning, the guy that kidnapped me fell to the ground. It happened so fast. I didn't know how the kidnapper fell to the ground so fast, but the next thing I remember is the cigarette guy was punching and kicking the kidnapper in his head and face. The kidnapper was out cold. Cigarette guy picked up the kidnapper by the back of his jacket and threw him down the stairs. You have no idea how scary and violent it is to see an unconscious man fall down the stairs. To this day, I still have a fear of falling downstairs. He bled everywhere. I have no idea how the cigarette guy knew to help me, but I'm glad he did. Maybe he could see the tears in my eyes. Maybe he just picked up on something and had a bad vibe, but he acted instantly. The first second he could, he attacked my would-be kidnapper. Cigarette guy starts pacing back and forth, swearing at himself, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. I thought he was mad at me, so I started to cry. He looked at me and said, okay, shut up. He had an attitude, so I listened to him out of fear. I wasn't as scared of cigarette guy as much as the bearded guy, but I was still afraid of him. He started to ask me questions with an attitude. Why are you out this late? Where are your parents? Why would you talk to strangers? I was in so much shock and confusion, I couldn't answer the man's questions correctly. He asked if I knew my way home, and I told him I didn't. I told him a broken story about what had happened, and somehow with the information I gave him, he knew where my mom's car was. The only thing I remember about the road is passing a house with Christmas lights on it, despite Christmas already being over. I think he knew the area well enough and figured out where I needed to go from what information I gave him. But I honestly don't even remember telling him about the Christmas lights. Anyways, he told me he would take me back if I promised over and over that I wouldn't tell the police that I saw him or anyone that looked like him. It made me promise that I wouldn't even tell the police anything. He had an attitude. I didn't care what he asked me. I just wanted to go back to my mom, so I agreed. I followed him down the stairs. The bearded guy was still laying on the ground, bleeding at the bottom of the stairs the cigarette guy threw him down. He wasn't moving at all. For all I know, he was probably dead. And honestly, I hope that he was. Cigarette guy stepped over the bearded man and I followed. We walked outside and cigarette guy looked around panically. I remember him telling me, "The police don't like me." We walked out of the projects and my feet still hurt. Cigarette guy was walking fast in a panic, and I had to basically jog to keep up with him. I started crying, and he asked me what was wrong. I told him my feet hurt, and I remember him sucking his teeth and picking me up with an attitude. He awkwardly cradled me in both arms. We walked down the road for a moment. Then I remember him swearing and running behind a house or a building. A cop car was driving down the road. He put me down and told me to run to the police officer. I tried to run, but my legs could barely move and I was scared. The cop car kept driving and rode away without seeing me before I could even get remotely close to it. He kept swearing to himself as he picked me up again and ran down the street. He took me behind a lot of houses and hid from every cop car that drove by. I assumed now that the police were looking for me. He carried me in both arms, running fast down the road when I saw my mom at her car in the distance. She was surrounded by police. Cigarette guy put me down and told me to run to the police. I got so excited the pain in my legs disappeared. He put me down and ran away. I ran towards the police and my mom. My mom picked me up and hugged me tight. The police started to ask me and my mom questions. I don't remember too much about their questions, but I remember my mom telling the police some convoluted story that just didn't make any sense. She basically told me not to say anything, and I didn't say much but cried a whole bunch. We went home. Days later, my dad picked me up, and I knew something was wrong. I told him everything. I never lived with my mom again. When I grew up and had some time to think about that day, I never forgave my mother. Not too long ago, I asked my dad what he remembers about the situation, and he told me what he thinks happened from what I explained to him several years ago. He said my mom was on a drug binge. I got kidnapped. Someone saved me, but the person that saved me had warrants and wasn't mad at me. He was just frustrated with the situation that he had to deal with. Imagine being a criminal on the run, and now you have a kidnapped girl with you, and you just beat a guy half to death. If we would have gotten caught with me, he could be in jail for my kidnapping. With my mom lying and me being in shock and confused, I wouldn't be able to tell them that the man had just helped me, because while it was all happening, I didn't even notice he was helping me. To the man that saved me, thanks. To the man that tried to kidnap me, let's not meet again.